Story 1. My friend found out that my boyfriend had a profile on a dating app, and it completely destroyed me. But the worst was yet to come. I was at my desk when my phone buzzed. Tuesday afternoon, 2:37 p.m. A text from my nail tech. I'd been going to her salon for 2 years. We'd become close the way you do with someone who sees you regularly, listens while they work. I'd told her everything about my relationship, shown her photos of him. She'd always seemed genuinely happy for me. The text just said, "Call me when you can. Important." Before I could respond, a screenshot came through. Then another, 3 more in rapid succession. My hands went cold. It was him, his face. Photos I recognized. Ones from our apartment, from trips we've taken, a dating app profile, active at that exact moment. The bio said he was single, 29, looking for something real. No mention of a fiancé. No mention of the life we'd built over 3 years. My phone kept buzzing. More screenshots flooding in. Conversations with other women. Flirting. Making plans to meet up. In one message, he called me his ex and added, "She's pretty unstable, honestly." Another buzz. Message from my nail tech. I matched with him to see if it was real. He responded in 5 minutes. "I'm so sorry. The fluorescent office lights felt too bright." I could hear my coworkers talking nearby. Phones ringing, keyboards clicking, normal sounds from a normal Tuesday. But nothing was normal anymore. My hands shook so badly, I nearly dropped the phone. I stood up too fast and my chair rolled back, hitting the desk behind me. A few people glanced over. I grabbed my bag and walked toward the bathroom, trying to look casual, trying to look like someone whose world hadn't just shattered. I made it into a stall before my legs gave out. I sat on the closed toilet lid, phone clutched in both hands, scrolling through the evidence, each screenshot worse than the last. The profile had been active for months based on conversation timestamps. Months while we'd been planning our wedding, while we discussed honeymoon destinations just last month, while he'd been coming home every night, kissing me, asking about my day, sleeping beside me. A new text appeared. "What do you want me to do? Should I keep talking to him?" My thumbs hovered. I typed and deleted 3 responses. Finally, "Yes, keep going. I need to know everything." I couldn't breathe properly. Each breath felt shallow. I pressed my palm against my chest, focusing on anything physical. The cold tile under my feet, the metal stall walls, the weight of my phone. I had to get out of here. I splashed water on my face, avoided my reflection, and went back to my desk. Told my supervisor I had a migraine. She took one look at me and waved me off without questions. The drive home took 25 minutes. Felt endless. My mind circled the same thoughts. How long? How many others? When he'd said he was working late, meeting clients at the gym, had any of it been true? More texts arrived. My nail tech was still chatting with him. He was being charming, attentive, the same way he'd been with me at first. She sent a screenshot of him suggesting they meet Friday evening. "Coffee first," he'd said. I pulled into our apartment complex and sat in the car, engine off, staring at nothing. His car wasn't here yet. He'd arrive around 6 o'clock. He'd walk through that door, smiling, asking about my day, completely unaware that I knew everything, that I'd seen the proof. I unlocked our apartment and dropped my bag by the door. The place we'd moved into 18 months ago, the couch we'd picked out, photos of us on the walls. Every corner held memories that suddenly felt like lies. My phone buzzed again, him sending another message on the app. Another flirtation. I watched them pile up in real time, each one confirming this wasn't a misunderstanding. This was deliberate. At 6:15, I heard his key in the lock. My whole body tensed. I was on the couch, phone face down, trying to look normal, trying to figure out how to act like I didn't know. The door opened. He came in smiling, keys jangling. "Hey, you're home early." He dropped the keys in the bowl. "How was your day?" I opened my mouth, closed it. "Fine," I managed. "Just fine." He moved into the kitchen, completely oblivious, started talking about work, some meeting with a difficult client. His voice sounded distant, underwater. I sat there nodding at appropriate moments, making sounds of acknowledgement, while my phone continued to buzz silently. Each notification a fresh wound. He had no idea, and I had to keep it that way, at least for now. At least until I figured out what to do with this information destroying me from the inside out. 3 months ago, we'd been lying in bed on a Sunday morning, laptop between us, scrolling through honeymoon destinations. Greece, he'd suggested, pulling me closer. The island's too touristy. What about Croatia? Anywhere with you sounds perfect. 6 months before that, he'd first mentioned marriage. We'd been walking through the park when he'd stopped. Faced me. I think you're it for me. This is what forever looks like. I'd cried happy tears. The kind I never thought I'd cry again because before him, I'd been destroyed. My previous relationship had nearly broken me completely. My ex was controlling in ways I didn't recognize at first. He'd isolate me from friends, then act hurt when I felt lonely, criticize my choices, then claim he was helping, twist conversations until I doubted my own memory, my own reality. It took 2 years of therapy after that relationship ended to feel normal again. 2 years learning to trust my own judgment. Learning that what I'd experienced had a name: emotional abuse, gaslighting. When I met my current fiancé 3 years ago at a work conference, it felt like breathing after drowning. He was straightforward, present, no games, no manipulation. He didn't make me question reality. He was just there, solid, safe. I thought I'd finally found someone who wouldn't hurt me. I met my nail tech 2 years ago, right after things got serious with him. I'd been looking for a new salon. Walked into hers. Immediately felt comfortable. She was easy to talk to, warm. Over time, our appointments became more than just nails. I'd tell her about my relationship, how grateful I was for someone stable. She knew about my ex. She'd heard me cry about my fears. She'd seen me vulnerable. "You deserve this," she'd always say. "Your guy sounds like one of the good ones." I believed her. He never came to the salon. Said it was my space. Never pushy about meeting my friends. I appreciated that independence. That he didn't try to control my time. I'd show her photos of us. Tell her about our weekends. Our plans. She'd react enthusiastically. "You're so lucky." Relationship goals. And I'd held on tight. Because after years of chaos, I'd found peace. Someone who made me feel secure instead of anxious. Now, watching him in our kitchen like nothing was wrong, that old feeling crept back. Reality shifting beneath my feet, not being able to trust what I was seeing. But this time I had proof. Screenshots, evidence. This was real. "You okay?" he asked, looking over. "You've barely eaten." I forced a smile. "Just tired." He nodded. Went back to cleaning up. I watched him, completely unaware I was holding his betrayal in my phone. More screenshots kept coming. "Wanna watch something?" he called. "Sure." He brought wine, sat beside me, turned on the TV. Our routine, our comfortable evening, except nothing was comfortable. My phone buzzed. Another screenshot. Him being charming with my nail tech, being the version he'd been with me 3 years ago. I set my phone face down. He draped his arm around me. I stopped myself from flinching. Every touch felt wrong now. "Love you," he said, kissing my temple. Those words used to mean everything. After an hour of pretending, he yawned. Exhausted. Coming to bed in a bit. He kissed my forehead and left. The moment the door closed, I grabbed my phone. More messages. He'd sent another one 10 minutes ago. While sitting beside me, while his arm was around me. I sat in the dark, TV flickering, scrolling through proof that everything I'd believed was a lie. 3 years thinking I'd found something real, something safe. Maybe I was the problem. Maybe my judgment was so broken I couldn't see red flags. Maybe I'd never learned to pick the right person. Or maybe he was just good at hiding it. My phone buzzed. My best friend. "Hey, you okay? You seemed off earlier." I texted her this afternoon, said I wasn't feeling well, hadn't told her why. I stared at the message, finally responded, "Can we talk tomorrow?" Something happened. Her reply came immediately. "Of course, call anytime. I'm here." I looked around our apartment. The life we'd built, the furniture we'd chosen, the photos on the walls, the plans we'd made. All of it felt like it had just collapsed and I didn't know how to rebuild it or if I even wanted to. Wednesday morning, I woke up beside him like nothing had changed. He kissed my forehead before getting up, asked if I wanted coffee, smiled when I said yes. I smiled back. My face felt like a mask. Screenshots had kept coming all night. The last one at 11:47 p.m. him, saying he couldn't wait to finally meet her Friday. I made it through Wednesday. Work, home, dinner. We ate together, watched TV. He reached for me in bed and I made an excuse. He accepted it without question. Thursday was worse. My best friend called during lunch. Okay, what happened? Everything came spilling out. The screenshots, the profile, the conversations, months of activity on the app. Silence. Then, Vera, no, that's impossible. You guys are the most solid couple I know. I have proof. Dozens of screenshots. Send them. I did. Waited while she looked. Oh my God. Her voice changed completely. These are real. I know. He called you unstable. Said you're clingy. My throat tightened. Yeah. What are you going to do? He has a date scheduled. Friday at 7 o'clock, coffee downtown. My nail tech is still pretending to be interested. Are you confronting him before? No. I want to catch him. See him walk into that coffee shop. I want proof he can't deny. I'm coming with you. You're not doing this alone. After we hung up, I felt marginally better. At least I wouldn't be completely alone. Thursday night, he came home with takeout from my favorite restaurant. Thought you could use a break from cooking? He said. I stared at him. He'd remembered my order. Extra spring rolls, no cilantro. Small gestures that had made me feel loved. And while doing this, he was planning to meet another woman in less than 24 hours. Thank you, I managed. We ate on the couch. He talked about work, asked about my day, acted completely normal. No guilt, no nervous energy, nothing. My phone buzzed. Screenshot from my nail tech. Him confirming tomorrow 7 p.m. Riverview Cafe downtown. Friday morning he left for work like always. Kissed my cheek. Said he'd be home around 6. I called in sick. Couldn't face the office. I spent the day pacing, looking at photos on the walls, trying to figure out when it started. At 5:30, my best friend texted. On my way. Meet you there at 6:30. At 5:45, he came home early. Got off a bit early, he said. Heading for the shower. Figured I'd enjoy Friday night. My nail tech. Still on for tonight? His response came seconds later from the bathroom. Definitely. See you soon. He came out dressed nicely. Jeans and the blue shirt I'd bought him. Got to meet a client, he said, grabbing keys. Should only be a couple hours on a Friday night. Yeah, annoying, but the commission's worth it. He kissed my forehead. Love you. The door closed. I counted to 60, grabbed my keys, left. My best friend was already parked near Riverview Cafe. I pulled in next to her and she got into my passenger seat. Ready? She asked. I wasn't, but I nodded. We watched the coffee shop waiting. 6:55 p.m. My nail tech walked in, took a seat by the window. That's her? My best friend asked. Yeah. 7 o'clock came. 7:05. 7:10. My phone buzzed. My nail tech. I'm here. Is he coming? Screenshot. Him. Running a few minutes late. 7:15. 7:20. Then my phone rang. His name. I answered. Hey. Hey. He sounded stressed. I just got a call from my biggest client. Complete emergency. I have to go into the office right now on a Friday night. I know, but it's important. Could be a massive account. I'm sorry. How long? Couple hours, maybe. I'll text you when I'm done. Okay. Love you. He hung up. My nail tech. He canceled. Said something urgent came up. I stared at my phone. My best friend stared at me. He didn't show, I said quietly. He said the office. Yeah. She pulled up a map. Where's his office? 10 minutes away. Let's go. We followed the route, found his car in the parking garage, watched him walk inside, phone to his ear, looking genuinely stressed. There actually was an emergency. We sat there for 20 minutes watching. Maybe he's telling the truth, my best friend said carefully. About tonight at least. I shook my head. The profile is still real. The messages are still real. This doesn't erase everything else. She drove me back to my car. I sat behind the wheel, not knowing what to feel. I'd been so sure I'd catch him tonight. So sure I'd have definitive proof. Instead, just more confusion. More screenshots that wouldn't matter because he could claim they were fake. The evidence was real. I knew it was real. But could I prove it? The next 2 weeks, I became someone I didn't recognize. I checked his phone whenever he left it unattended. Browser history, apps, messages. Found nothing. The dating app wasn't installed. No suspicious texts, but screenshots from my nail tech kept coming daily. Him talking to other women, 3 different conversations, making plans that always fell through. Work emergencies, family obligations, sudden headaches. I tracked his location obsessively, cross-referenced where he said he'd be with where his phone showed. Everything matched. Gym, office, grocery store, client meetings at the right addresses. You've been different lately, he said one evening, 2 weeks after that Friday. Distant. Is everything okay? I'm fine. You don't seem fine. He reached for my hand. I pulled away automatically. Saw the hurt. Are you upset with me? Yes. Everything. No, just stressed with work. If something's wrong, you can tell me. The irony made me want to scream. I'd become paranoid, suspicious of every late night, every phone call. I questioned everything, looked for inconsistencies. It was exactly how I'd been with my ex. The constant vigilance, the inability to trust. I hated it, but I couldn't stop. My best friend called every day. You need to confront him. This is destroying you. Not yet. I need more. More what? You have dozens of screenshots. I need to catch him actually doing something, not just talking. Why? Because he'll deny it. Say the profile is fake. I need undeniable proof. The nail tech kept trying to set up meetings. He kept accepting, kept canceling. 3 days later, I followed him to a client dinner. Watched him enter an upscale restaurant. Waited, then went inside. Asked the hostess if I could look for my husband. Found him with 2 older men in suits. Documents spread across the table. Actual clients. I left before he could see me. Drove home shaking. The screenshots were real, but every time I tried to catch him, he was exactly where he said he'd be. My nail tech messaged, he's suggesting Tuesday at 8. I didn't respond. That night, he tried to initiate intimacy. Couldn't. Made an excuse, rolled away. I don't know what's happening with us, he said quietly. But I'm here when you're ready to talk. I wanted to scream, but I was terrified. Terrified he'd convince me I was crazy, paranoid. Seeing things that weren't there. My ex had been so good at that, making me doubt my own perception. What if trauma was making me see betrayal where there wasn't any? But the screenshots, they were real, weren't they? I need some air, I said, getting out of bed. Living room, dark, couch, phone, scrolling through evidence, his face, his words. Real. Had to be real. My nail tech called. Are you okay? I don't know what's real anymore. The profile is real. The messages are real. But he never shows up. That's what cheaters do. They're careful. Or he's actually busy. Or someone's using his photos. Don't do this. Don't let him make you doubt what you're seeing. But was I? Or was I doubting myself? I grabbed my keys, drove aimlessly, ended up outside my best friend's building at 2 a.m. She answered on the first ring. Come up, made me tea. Let me talk. He's either the unluckiest cheater or the smartest one, I said. Or someone's lying to you, she said carefully. You think the screenshots are fake? I don't know, but something doesn't add up. I stayed there that night. Texted him I'd had too much wine. He responded, okay. Glad you're safe. Love you. 3 words that meant everything or nothing. Next morning I went home. He was making breakfast, looking worried. We need to talk, he said. My stomach dropped. About what? About whatever's going on with you. With us. He turned off the stove. You've been pulling away for weeks. You barely talk to me. You flinch when I touch you. If I did something wrong, tell me. You didn't do anything. That's not true. Something's wrong. I looked at him, saw genuine concern. Either he was an incredible actor or he had no idea. I'm just dealing with some stuff. Personal stuff. He didn't believe me, but he nodded. Okay. Just know I'm here. My phone buzzed. My nail tech. He confirmed Tuesday 8 p.m. This time he'll show. I looked at the message, then at him. One of them was lying. I couldn't figure out which one. Tuesday came. My nail tech suggested something different. A hotel bar downtown. More private. Less chance of him getting cold feet. He'd agreed. Tuesday 8 p.m. Riverside Hotel. I rented a different car. Parked across the street at 7:30. My best friend was on the phone on standby. You sure about this? I need to see it. 7:45. My nail tech texted from inside. I'm at the bar. He said he's coming. 7:50. 7:55. 8 p.m. Nothing. 8:10. My phone rang. His name. Hey. Hey. He sounded strained. I'm not feeling well. Really not well. I think I'm coming down with something. I'm staying home tonight. What's wrong? Headache. Nausea. Hit me suddenly. Okay. Feel better. I hung up. My nail tech. He canceled again. Said he's sick. Fourth time. Fourth cancellation. Something snapped. I drove home fast. Reckless. Burst through our door. Found him in bed. Lights off. Compress on his forehead. He looked up, surprised. Hey, I thought you were. Stop. My voice came out sharp. Just stop. He sat up slowly. What's wrong? I pulled out my phone. Threw it at him. It landed on the bed. Explain that. He picked it up, started scrolling. His face went pale. This isn't me. Don't you dare lie to my face. Vera, I swear I didn't create this. Someone's using my photos. Someone's using your photos for months, having detailed conversations? I don't know how they. You made plans 4 times. 4 times you confirmed and conveniently had an emergency because those were actual emergencies. How? I was screaming. How can you prove anything when you're lying? He got out of bed, tried to approach. I stepped back. Don't touch me. Please just listen. I've been listening for 3 weeks while you lie to my face. Act normal. Tell me you love me while messaging other women. It's not me. Why won't you believe me? Because I have proof. Dozens of screenshots. Then someone hacked my accounts or... Stop making excuses. We were both yelling now. 3 years exploding at once. You called me your unstable ex. I said, voice breaking. I never said that. I would never. I read it. He scrolled frantically. This has to be fake. Someone setting me up. Who would do that? I don't know, but it's not me. Then why do you keep? If it's not you, why does he cancel every time? Because those things actually happened. The client emergency was real. This headache is real. How convenient. It's the truth. I laughed bitterly. I don't even know what truth means anymore. He stood there breathing hard, then turned, walked to the closet. What are you doing? He pulled out a small box from the top shelf. Ivy opened it. An engagement ring. Beautiful. I bought this 2 months ago, he said, voice cracking. I was going to propose on our anniversary next week. I stared at the ring. I've been working extra hours to afford it. That's why I've been stressed. Because I wanted everything perfect. Tears streamed down my face. But I can't marry someone who doesn't trust me, he said quietly. Someone who believes I'm capable of this. Someone who's been investigating me, following me, treating me like a criminal. How did you? I'm not stupid. I noticed the way you check my phone, how you look at me, how you flinch when I touch you. He closed the ring box. I thought maybe you were having doubts about getting married. He grabbed a duffel bag, started throwing clothes in. What are you doing? I can't do this. I can't be with someone who thinks I'm capable of this. Who believes screenshots over 3 years of me showing you I love you. Wait, no? He zipped the bag. You've already decided who I am. Nothing I say will change that. He walked past me, stopped at the door. For what it's worth, I never lied to you. Not once in 3 years. The door closed. I stood there. Ring box on the bed, apartment silent, and I had no idea what had just happened. 3 days passed. He didn't come back. I called, texted 47 messages, 23 calls. Nothing. The nail tech came over, brought food I didn't eat, sat with me while I cried. You did the right thing, she kept saying. You exposed him. Men like that don't deserve you. My best friend was quieter. Just listened when I called. A week later, he picked up his remaining things while I was at work, left the key on the kitchen table, took the photos off the walls, left rectangles of darker paint where they'd hung. I tried calling, disconnected. I tried his work email, bounced back. I showed up at his office. Security wouldn't let me up. He'd left instructions. I wasn't allowed. That's when it hit me. He wasn't coming back. This was over completely. Finally, irreversibly. I stopped eating, stopped sleeping properly. The apartment felt too empty. The nail tech visited 3 times that first week. Brought coffee, takeout, sat for hours, always saying, "You're better off." My best friend was different. She'd listen in silence. Sometimes, "I'm sorry," but never, "You did the right thing." I noticed but was too broken to ask why. 2 weeks later, my phone buzzed at 3 a.m. My heart jumped. It was my best friend. "Are you awake?" "Yeah." "Can't sleep either." "Not really." Silence. Then, "Vera, can I ask you something?" "Okay." "The screenshots. You saw them yourself, right? Not just what she sent you." I sat up. "What do you mean?" "Like you personally saw the app on his phone, saw him logged in." "No, he never had it installed. But the screenshots were only from her." My stomach dropped. "What are you saying?" "I'm just thinking about how he never showed up. How his excuses were legitimate. How his phone was clean. But the profile was real. His photos, his information, photos anyone could download from social media. Information you told her over 2 years. She wouldn't. Wouldn't she? Couldn't breathe. No. That's insane. Why? I don't know. But something's been bothering me. If he was really cheating, why agree to meet and always cancel? Why not just not respond? Because he was being careful. Or because someone was responding for him, someone who couldn't actually make him show up. The room spun. "Stop. You're making me paranoid." Or maybe you already were. Maybe that was the point. The point of what? I don't know. Something doesn't sit right. After we hung up, I couldn't stop thinking. Pulled out my phone, scrolled through every screenshot. The conversations were smooth, too smooth, no typos, nothing that felt off except they felt generic, like someone trying to sound like him without being him. And he'd never mentioned the app. Never acted suspicious. Never given me real reason not to trust him until those screenshots, which only came from one source. My nail tech. No, that was crazy. She was my friend. She'd been trying to help. Hadn't she? I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, doubt eating away at everything. The next morning, I called her, asked if we could meet for coffee. Of course. "Are you doing okay?" "I'm fine. Just need to talk." We met at a coffee shop. She hugged me tight, kept her hand on mine. "How are you holding up?" "Not great, but I've been thinking about everything. About how none of it adds up." Something flickered across her face. "What do you mean?" "He never actually did anything. Never actually cheated. Just had a profile and conversations that went nowhere. That's still cheating." "Is it though? If the profile wasn't real." "But it was real. I matched with it. With someone, but was it really him?" Her hand tightened. "Vera, what are you suggesting?" "I don't know. I'm just trying to understand." She pulled her hand back. "You're doubting me now after everything?" "I'm doubting everything." She stood up. "I can't believe this. I tried to help you. And now you're turning on me." I'm not. I have to go. She grabbed her purse and left. I sat there, coffee cooling, more confused than ever. 6 weeks crawled by, me in a fog, questioning everything until one Tuesday afternoon when my world turned inside out again. I was at the salon for an appointment, a different salon. Couldn't go back to hers after that conversation. She texted a few times. I hadn't responded. I was getting my nails done when she walked in. She didn't see me at first, went straight to her station, set her bag down, pulled out her phone, left it on the counter, unlocked while she went to the bathroom. Something in me moved before I could think. I stood up, walked over. My new nail tech was distracted. I looked at the phone on the counter, screen still lit. The app was open, not her profile, his profile. The one from all the screenshots. I picked it up with shaking hands, scrolled through the conversation. Her talking to herself through his fake profile. Last message sent 2 hours ago. Unsent. Thinking about you. She'd written it to herself through his account. The phone slipped from my hands, clattered on the tile. Everyone looked. She came out of the bathroom. Our eyes met. 3 seconds of pure truth. It was you, I whispered. Not a question. She froze. Looked at her phone on the floor. Screen showing the fake profile. Vera, it was you. I can explain. You made it all up. My voice got louder. People stared. You created a fake profile. You fabricated every single conversation. You destroyed my relationship. It wasn't like that. Then what was it like? The salon went silent. She looked around, everyone watching. Her face crumbled. I'm sorry, she whispered. You're sorry. I laughed. Came out wrong. Broken. You're sorry? I didn't mean for it to go this far. How far did you mean? After he proposed? After we got married? When? I wanted what you had. I was jealous. So jealous. Your perfect relationship, your perfect life. I couldn't stand it. The floor tilted. So, you decided to destroy it. I thought if you saw he wasn't perfect, maybe you'd appreciate it more. But then you believed it completely. And I couldn't stop. I couldn't figure out how to tell you without you hating me. So, you let me throw away 3 years instead. She didn't answer. You knew about my ex. You knew how hard it was for me to trust again. And you weaponized that. You used my trauma against me. I'm so sorry. Sorry doesn't fix this. I was screaming. Sorry, undo what I did. I grabbed her phone. I'm taking this evidence of what you did. Vera, please don't. Don't ever talk to me again. I walked out, got in my car, drove until I couldn't see through tears, pulled over, screamed until my throat was raw. Then I called him. The disconnected number. It rang. My heart stopped. It rang again. Voicemail. New message. You've reached me. Leave a message. It's me. My voice cracked. I know you won't listen to this. I know you'll delete it. But I need to say this. You were right about everything. It was fake. She made it all up. The profile, the messages, everything. I have proof now. I was wrong. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I hung up. Sat in my car in some parking lot. Realized I'd destroyed the best thing in my life over a lie. A lie I'd been too traumatized to question. A lie told by someone I'd trusted completely. I'd ruined everything and there was no way to fix it. I tried everything to reach him over the next week. Called from different numbers, all blocked. Emailed from new addresses, all bounced back. Showed up at his office. Security had my photo now. Wouldn't even let me through the lobby. He wasn't coming back. This was permanent. I showed my best friend the nail tech's phone. It really was her. She breathed. And I destroyed us over a lie. 2 weeks later, he was seeing someone. A month later, official. The nail tech reached out. I blocked her, reported her. She was fired. 3 months later, a woman called. I'm seeing him. He proposed with the ring he bought for you. My ring. Someone else's finger. For months. That's all it took him to move on. I was still drowning. I tried everything to reach him. Called from different numbers. All blocked. Emailed from new addresses. They bounced back. Went to his office again. Security had my photo now. Wouldn't even let me in the building. Asked mutual friends. They were kind but firm. He'd asked them not to share his information. He needed space. He was trying to move on. Move on. Like I was something to get over. Like 3 years meant nothing. Except it did mean something. It meant everything. And I'd destroyed it. I showed the nail tech's phone to my best friend. The fake profile still open. The evidence undeniable. "Oh my God," she breathed. It really was her. I accused him of cheating. Pushed him away. I treated him like a criminal and he was innocent the entire time. You didn't know. I should have known. I should have trusted him. 3 years of him being nothing but honest. And I believed some screenshots over everything he'd shown me. She didn't have an answer for that. 2 weeks later, I found out through a mutual friend that he was seeing someone. They'd been on 3 dates. 3 dates in 2 weeks. Maybe he'd been ready to move on the moment he walked out. Maybe I'd never meant as much to him as he did to me. Or maybe he was just better at surviving heartbreak. A month later, they were official. I saw it on social media before I could stop myself. A photo of them together. Her tagged relationship status. In a relationship. I stared at that photo for hours. She was pretty, smiling, normal. Probably not traumatized, probably able to trust him without constant doubt. Everything I should have been, but wasn't. I deleted all my social media that night. Couldn't stand seeing him happy with someone else. Couldn't stand the reminder of what I'd lost. The nail tech tried to reach out twice. I blocked her, reported her to the salon. They fired her immediately. Felt hollow, meaningless. Like closing the barn door after the horses had already run. 3 months after he left, I was eating lunch alone at work when my phone rang. Unknown number. My heart stopped. I answered. Vera. Not his voice. A woman's. "This is Jenna. I'm seeing." She said his name. "He doesn't know I'm calling." He'd be furious if he knew, but I think you should know something. What? He's using the ring. Couldn't breathe. What? The engagement ring from the box he showed you. He proposed to me last weekend with that ring. The world tilted. He told me about you, she continued. About what happened. He said he'd bought it for you, but that you accused him of cheating without any real proof. That you destroyed his trust. That's not. But I couldn't finish because it was true. All of it. I'm calling because I saw a post online. Someone shared a story about a nail tech who created a fake dating profile to break up a couple. The details matched what he told me. I looked into it, found your name, put it together. She paused. I wanted you to know the ring should have been yours. And I'm sorry for how this happened. She hung up. I sat there, phone in hand, food forgotten. He'd proposed to someone else with the ring he'd bought for me. For months after we ended. For months. I'd spent 3 years building a life with him, and he'd replaced me in 4 months. That night, I went to his apartment building, not to go in, just to see, to torture myself. Stood across the street in the dark, looking up at his floor. Saw lights on. Saw 2 silhouettes moving around, laughing, living. He'd moved on, and I was still here drowning in regret. My best friend found me there an hour later. I texted her something that worried her. She drove around until she found my car. Come on, she said gently. Let's go home. He's getting married. I know. With my ring. I know. I did this. I destroyed us. She did this. That woman, she's the one who lied. But I believed her. That's on me. My best friend was quiet for a moment. Then, yeah, it is. I looked at her. I'm sorry, but it's true. She lied. But you chose to believe her over 3 years of him proving he loved you. You chose to investigate and follow him instead of just asking him directly. You chose paranoia over trust. Tears streamed down my face. I know it hurts, she said softly. And I know she manipulated you, used your trauma, but you have to own your part in this too. You can't heal if you don't. We sat in her car outside his building. He's really gone, isn't he? I whispered. Yeah, he is. And there's nothing I can do. No, there isn't. I nodded. Let myself cry. Let myself feel it fully. The relationship was over. He'd moved on. Found someone who could trust him. Someone who didn't come with baggage that destroyed everything good. And I was left with the wreckage. Just me and the consequences of my choices. 6 months after he left, I started therapy again. Real therapy. 3 times a week. Tell me about your previous relationship, my therapist said. The one before him. I told her everything. The control, the gaslighting. And when the screenshots appeared, I believed them immediately. Why? Because they confirmed what I feared. That I didn't deserve good things. That happiness was temporary. So, you were waiting for it to be true. I stared at her. What? Trauma doesn't just make us paranoid. It makes us seek out evidence of our worst fears. You weren't looking for proof he was innocent. You were looking for proof he was guilty. The words hit like blows. I destroyed my own relationship. You and the woman who lied both played a part. But yes, you made choices based on fear instead of facts. I cried for an hour in that office. 8 months after he left, my best friend told me he was engaged. Wedding planned for next summer. I thought you should hear it from me. I nodded. Didn't cry. Just felt numb. How are you doing in therapy? Actually working this time. That's good. I think I need to accept that some mistakes can't be fixed. That some endings are permanent. Yeah, he's happy. That's what matters. You can be happy too eventually. Maybe, but not with him. Never with him again. 10 months after he left, I moved. Different apartment, smaller. Couldn't afford the old one. And the memories were too heavy. Starting over, clean slate, new neighborhood. I was sleeping better, eating regularly, functioning, but I wasn't dating. Couldn't imagine trusting someone new. What if I'm broken forever? I asked my therapist. You're not broken. You're healing. But what if I can't trust someone again? Then you work on trusting yourself first. 11 months later, I ran into him completely by accident. Coffee shop with her, his fiancée. Laughing. He looked up, saw me. His smile disappeared. I froze. He turned back to her. Kept talking. Acted like I wasn't there. Like I was a stranger. Maybe I was. I ordered coffee. Sat with my friend. Didn't look at his table. But I heard her laugh. Heard them making weekend plans. When I left, I walked past their table. He didn't look up. I got in my car and sat there. That was it. Final proof. I wasn't part of his life. Wasn't even worth acknowledging. I'd expected it to hurt more, but I just felt empty. Like closing a chapter I'd read 1,000 times. No surprises left. 1 year after he left, I went to a social event. Friend convinced me. Someone approached at the bar. Asked if I wanted a drink. He was nice, attractive, funny. I felt nothing. No interest, no spark. I'm sorry. I'm not really looking for anything right now. That's cool. Just thought I'd try. He walked away. My friend appeared. You okay? Yeah. I'm just not ready. That's okay. You'll know when you are. Maybe. Or maybe I'd never be ready again. Maybe that was the price for believing lies over truth. For letting trauma win. For destroying the best thing that ever happened to me. Some mistakes cost everything. Mine cost me him. 14 months later, I saw wedding photos. My best friend's cousin knew his wife. They showed up in a feed I couldn't control. There he was, smiling, happy. She was beautiful. He wore the suit I'd helped him pick out. They looked perfect. I stared at those photos, then closed the app, deleted it. 16 months later, I was doing better. Really better. Therapy was working. Sleeping through the night, going days without thinking about him. Days turned into weeks. I was healing. 18 months later, I started seeing someone casually, just coffee dates, testing if I could do this again. He was patient, kind. On our 4th date, he reached for my hand. I didn't flinch, just let him hold it. Felt strange, but not bad. You okay? Yeah, I'm okay. It didn't work out. He wanted more than I could give. We parted as friends, but I tried. That felt like progress. 20 months later, the nail tech messaged me. I know you don't want to hear from me, but I've been in therapy. understanding why I did what I did. It doesn't excuse it, but I wanted you to know I'm trying to be better. I'm so sorry for everything. I read it 3 times, closed it without responding. She didn't deserve my forgiveness, but maybe I needed to let go for me. I didn't respond, didn't block her, just left it there. 2 years later, I was completely moved on. New apartment, new routine, new life. I still thought about him sometimes. Wondered if he was happy in his marriage. Probably. Why wouldn't he be? I'd given him every reason to forget I existed. My therapist said I was ready to date seriously if I wanted to. I wasn't sure, but I was open to it. That felt like enough. 14 months after he left, I saw the wedding photos. Not intentionally. My best friend's cousin was friends with someone who knew his fiancée. The photos showed up in a feed I couldn't control. There he was, smiling, happy. She was beautiful in her dress. He wore the same suit he'd worn to his brother's wedding, the one I'd helped him pick out. They looked perfect together. I stared at those photos for longer than I should have. Then I closed the app, deleted it again. 16 months later, I was doing better. Really better this time. Not just pretending. Therapy was working. I was sleeping through the night, eating meals without forcing myself, going days without thinking about him. Then days turned into a week. A week turned into 2. I was healing. Actually healing. My best friend noticed. "You seem lighter," she said one day. "I feel lighter." That's good. Really good. I'm not over it. Don't think I ever will be completely. But I'm learning to carry it differently. That's all anyone can do. 18 months later, I started seeing someone casually. Nothing serious, just coffee dates, conversations, testing if I could do this again. He was patient, kind, didn't push. On our 4th date, he reached for my hand across the table. I didn't flinch, didn't pull away, just let him hold it. Felt strange, foreign, but not bad. "You okay?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm okay." It didn't work out. He wanted more than I could give. We parted as friends, but I tried. That felt like progress. 20 months after he left, I got a message request on the one social media platform I'd kept from her, the nail tech. I stared at it for a full minute before opening it. "I know you don't want to hear from me. I know I have no right to reach out, but I need you to know I've been in therapy, working on myself, understanding why I did what I did. It doesn't excuse it. Nothing excuses it. But I wanted you to know I'm trying to be better. And I'm so sorry for everything. I destroyed your life because I was jealous and broken. That's on me. All of it. I hope you're doing okay. I hope you found happiness again. You deserved better than what I did to you." I read it 3 times, then closed it without responding. She didn't deserve my forgiveness. Didn't deserve to feel better about what she'd done. But maybe I didn't need to give it to her for her. Maybe I needed to let go for me. I didn't respond, but I didn't block her either. Just left it there. Read and unacknowledged. 2 years after he left, I was completely moved on. New apartment, new routine, new life. I still thought about him sometimes, wondered how he was doing, if he was happy in his marriage, if he ever thought about me. Probably not. Why would he? I'd given him every reason to forget I existed. My therapist said I was ready to date seriously if I wanted to. I wasn't sure I wanted to, but I was open to the possibility. That felt like enough. 2 years and 3 months after he left, I was at a bookstore when I saw him again. He was alone this time. No wife, just him looking at books in the fiction section. He looked older, tired, but still him. I could have left. Should have left. But something made me walk over. "Hi," I said quietly. He looked up, saw me. His expression didn't change. "Hi." I paused. "I'm sorry for everything. I know it's too late. I know it doesn't matter, but I needed to say it. You deserved better than what I gave you. You were innocent, and I treated you like a criminal. I let trauma and paranoia destroy something beautiful, and I'm sorry." He looked at me for a long moment. "Okay." That was it. Just okay. Not, "I forgive you." Not, "It's fine." Just acknowledgement. "I should go," I said. "Yeah." I turned to leave. "Vera." I stopped, looked back. "I hope you're doing better now. I really do." Something in my chest cracked. I am. I hope you're happy. I'm trying to be. There was something in his voice. Something that wasn't quite right. But I didn't have the right to ask. Take care of yourself, I said. You too. I left the bookstore, got in my car, and finally cried. Real tears. Not for what we'd lost, but for what we'd never get back. He'd moved on. I'd moved on. We were different people now, living different lives. And that was how it had to be. Some endings are permanent. Some mistakes can't be unmade. Some people don't get second chances. I was one of them. I couldn't stop thinking about that bookstore encounter. The way he'd looked tired. And that comment, I'm trying to be. Not I am happy. Trying. Something was wrong. I told my therapist. What do you think that means to you? I don't know. Maybe nothing. Or maybe you're looking for hope where there isn't any. She was right, but I couldn't shake the feeling. 2 weeks later, my best friend called. I have news about him. My stomach dropped. What? He's getting divorced. Papers filed last week. What? They've only been married a year. I know. It happened fast. She left him. Why? I don't know. No details. Just that it's over. I sat down. Don't, my best friend said immediately. Don't what? Don't see this as an opening. This doesn't mean anything for you. I wasn't. Yes, you were. Vera. He's going through a divorce. He doesn't need you showing up. She was right. I just feel bad for him. I know. But feeling bad doesn't mean you get to insert yourself back into his life. I know. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. A month later, I broke my own rule. Sent him an email. I heard about your divorce. I'm sorry you're going through that. I hope you're okay. Not trying to start anything. Just wanted you to know someone cares. You're hurting. Take care. I hit send. He didn't respond. 2 weeks later, I tried to let it go. Then my phone rang at 9 p.m. on a Tuesday. Unknown number. Hello. It's me. His voice after almost 3 years. Couldn't breathe. Hi. I got your email. You don't have to. I know I shouldn't have sent it. No, it was kind. Unexpected, but kind. Silence. Heavy. Can I ask you something? He said finally. Of course. Did you really not know? That the profile was fake? That she made it all up? I didn't know. Not until I saw it on her phone months later. If I'd known, I never would have believed it. But you did believe it. That's what I can't get past. 3 years of me being honest and you believed screenshots over me. I know I was wrong. I let my trauma make me paranoid. I was so scared of being hurt again that I saw danger where there wasn't any. I wasn't your ex. I know. You were perfect. And I destroyed us anyway. Another long silence. She told me she was pregnant, he said quietly. What? My ex-wife, 2 months after we got married, said she was pregnant, then said she miscarried. I was devastated. Took time off work, went to therapy with her. I'm so sorry. She was never pregnant. She made it up to trap me. When I found out, I left immediately. My heart stopped. She lied to you. Yeah. And you know what I realized? What? I'd done the exact same thing you did. Believed her without proof. Didn't question. Just trusted. That's different. She was your wife and I was your fiancé. You should have been able to trust me. The words hung there. You're right, I whispered. I'm not trying to hurt you. I just get it now. How easy it is to believe something when you want it to be true or when you're scared it's true. How trauma makes you see patterns that aren't there. So, what does that mean? I don't know. I'm still figuring it out. But I wanted you to know I understand better now. What happened, why you believed her. It doesn't make it okay, but I understand. Tears streamed down my face. I'm so sorry. You deserved so much better. So did you. We both deserved better. Is there any chance? I couldn't finish. No, he said gently. There isn't. Too much has happened. Too much damage. We can't go back. I know, but I forgive you, if that matters. It mattered more than anything. Thank you, I managed. Take care of yourself, Vera. Really take care. You too. He hung up. I sat there crying but not devastated. He'd forgiven me. It didn't fix anything. Didn't change anything. Didn't bring us back. But it meant I could finally stop carrying the guilt. I could finally let go. 3 years after that Tuesday, when my phone first buzzed, I made a video. I destroyed my own relationship. I began. Let me tell you how. I told everything. The fake profile, the paranoia, my trauma, how I'd let fear override 3 years of trust. I was wrong. This isn't about a friend betraying me. It's about me betraying myself. I explained how untreated trauma made me an easy target. How I'd been convinced I didn't deserve happiness. She lied. Yes, but I chose to believe it. I chose to investigate instead of communicate. I chose paranoia over trust. The video went viral. 2 million views. You were manipulated. Don't blame yourself. But I did a follow-up 2 days later. I appreciate the support, but you're missing the point. Yes, she manipulated me, but I had agency. Those choices destroyed the best relationship I'd ever had. I talked about believing the worst about someone who'd never given me reason to. How I'd followed him, checked his phone, treated him like a criminal. I could have asked him directly. I could have shown him the screenshots on day one. But I didn't because trauma told me not to. And I listened to trauma instead of evidence. That video got even more views. Started conversations about accountability and trauma responses. The nail tech reached out. I've been watching your videos. You're right. I manipulated you. I'm in therapy now. I'm sorry. I responded, I hope therapy helps, but I can't forgive you. You weaponized my trauma. That's not something I can move past. I understand, she replied. That was the last time we communicated. For years later, I ran into him. Coffee shop. He was with a woman, not his ex-wife. Someone new. They looked comfortable. She laughed. He saw me. Small nod. I nodded back. That was it. 2 people who used to love each other acknowledging separate lives. I watched them be happy. And I felt okay. Not devastated, just okay. He'd moved on. And so had I. I'd learned to live with what I'd done, to accept that some mistakes don't get fixed. Some endings are permanent. I'd learned to trust again slowly. I was seeing someone early, casual, but healthy. When paranoia tried to creep in, I recognized it. Didn't let it control me. That was growth. 5 years later, I made one final video. This is my last update. Here's what I want you to understand. Trauma doesn't excuse destructive behavior. It explains it. But explanation isn't justification. I was manipulated and I made bad choices. Both are true. The woman who destroyed my relationship isn't in my life. The man I lost is married to someone else. That's how it should be. I'm not the victim. I'm not the villain. I'm just someone who let fear win when love should have. Some people get redemption arcs. Some get second chances. Some mistakes get forgiven. This isn't one of those stories. I destroyed something beautiful because I was too broken to recognize beauty when I had it. But permanent endings teach you what to protect if you're ever lucky enough to find something good again. They teach you that happiness is fragile, that trust, once broken, might never heal, that some chances only come once. I hope I'm lucky enough to find love again. And if I do, I'll protect it. I'll communicate instead of investigate. I'll trust instead of suspect. That's the best I can do. Learn from the wreckage. To everyone watching, fix your trauma before it fixes you. Heal your wounds before they wound someone else. Don't let your past destroy your present. I didn't do that and I lost everything because of it. Don't be me. The video was my closure, my final word. I saved one photo of us, not to look at regularly, just to remember what I had, what I lost, what I learned. On what would have been our 7th anniversary, I allowed myself one moment of grief, then moved forward. Because that's all anyone can do. That's my story. It doesn't end with reconciliation or revenge. It ends with acceptance, with growth, with understanding that I made choices that cost me everything. Some people are in your life forever. Some teach you what not to do. He taught me both. How to love and how to lose that love through my own actions. I'll never get him back. Never make it right. Never get that second chance. But I got something else. knowledge of who I became when I let trauma make my choices, and determination to never be that person again. That will have to be enough. Now on to the next story. Story 2. After I suffered an accident, no one came to see me at the hospital until my mother said that nobody cares. I saw on Instagram that they were at my spoiled sister's baby shower. My name is Emma. I'm 28 years old and I work as a nurse at Oregon Health and Science University Hospital in Portland. I never thought my life would completely change because of a storm and a decision I made on any Tuesday in October. It was almost midnight when I left the hospital after a 16-hour shift. The rain was beating hard on the asphalt, and the wind made the trees dance frighteningly. My Kawasaki Ninja was soaked in the parking lot, but I needed to get home. I only had one day off before the next double shift and wanted to sleep in my own bed. I should have called an Uber. I should have waited for the storm to pass. I should have done 1,000 different things, but I was too exhausted to think straight. I put on my helmet, started the bike, and went out in the torrential rain. The last thing I remember is a tree falling in front of me on Interstate 84. The sound of the branch breaking, the glare of other cars' headlights, and then nothing. I woke up 3 days later in a room at the same hospital where I work. Ironic, isn't it? The first thing I felt was a dull pain in my head and a metallic taste in my mouth. My ribs were bandaged, my right arm immobilized, and there were tubes connected everywhere imaginable. Emma, thank God you woke up. It was Sarah, a colleague from the morning shift. We were all worried. You were in a coma for 3 days. I tried to speak, but my throat was dry as sandpaper. Sarah gave me crushed ice and waited for me to be able to swallow. My family, I managed to whisper. Sarah's silence was louder than any answer. She looked away, unnecessarily adjusted my pillow, and murmured, "I'll call Dr. Morrison." In the following days, I tried calling my parents dozens of times, straight to voicemail. I sent messages to my sister Jessica, but no response. I asked the nurses to call, saying it was a medical emergency. Nothing. It was humiliating to be in that room, seeing other patients receive constant visits. Flowers, balloons, entire families taking turns beside the beds, while I remained completely alone. Even Mrs. Henderson, an 85-year-old lady who broke her hip, received more visits than me. On the 4th day, I finally managed to check my Instagram, and that's when my heart broke in a way that not even the accident had managed to do. Post after post of my family in Miami. My mother, Rebecca, radiant, holding pink and blue decorations. My father, Michael, toasting with champagne. And Jessica, my sister 5 years younger, posing with her 7-month belly amid a luxurious party that obviously cost more than I earn in a year. Celebrating our first grandchildren. Twins Emma and Noah are coming soon. Family is everything. Blessed by grandchildren, twins, baby shower. Family is everything. That caption pierced me like a knife. While I was unconscious fighting for my life, they were celebrating babies that weren't even born yet. While I was begging for a call, a message, any sign that they cared, they were posting happy photos with the hashtag #FamiliaSeverything. I cried until I couldn't anymore. Sarah found me like this at the end of her shift and said nothing, just held my hand. I think it was at that moment that I really understood. To my own family, I was completely disposable. 5 whole days passed since I woke up. 5 days of absolute silence from my family. I was starting to accept that maybe it was better this way. At least now I knew where I stood when my phone finally rang. Emma. My mother's voice sounded irritated, as if I had interrupted her doing something important. Mom, thank God. Listen, Emma. I know you had your little accident, but you didn't need to keep calling everyone, dramatizing the situation. Little accident? I was in a coma for 3 days, and she called it a little accident. Mom, I almost died. I was in a coma for 3 days. I broke 3 ribs, fractured my wrist, had a severe concussion. Emma, please, you've always been dramatic. Look, we're all very busy here with really important things. Jessica is pregnant with twins, in case you forgot. Our first grandchildren. She needs all our support now. I felt like I had taken another punch to the stomach. But Mom, I'm your daughter too. Of course you are, dear. But you're already an adult. You can take care of yourself. Jessica is in a delicate phase of pregnancy and needs family nearby. You understand, don't you? No, I didn't understand. I didn't understand how a mother could hear that her daughter almost died and respond with such coldness. Nobody even came to see me. Mom, not even a call. Emma, stop it. Nobody has time for your dramatizations now. We're focused on what really matters. The babies are born in 6 weeks and there's still a lot to organize. Dramatizations? Mom, I was hospitalized and now you're fine, aren't you? So stop making a storm in a teacup. We need to go. Jessica has a medical appointment in half an hour. Mom, wait. The sound of the phone hanging up echoed in the silent room. I stared at the screen for several minutes, trying to process what had just happened. Sarah, who was checking my vital signs and obviously heard everything, pretended to be focused on the monitor numbers. Sarah, I murmured. Yes. Did you hear that? She stopped what she was doing and looked at me with an expression that mixed anger and pity. I heard, and I can tell you one thing. Your family doesn't deserve you. That night, alone in the dark hospital room, I opened Instagram again. More posts from the party. Jessica posing with expensive gifts, my parents smiling proudly beside her, and always that damn hashtag. Hashtag families everything. Family is everything except when you're not considered part of it. 2 weeks later, I was finally home, slowly recovering. My apartment in southeast Portland had never seemed so quiet. Without the constant movement of the hospital, without Sarah bringing terrible coffee and making jokes to cheer me up, I was alone with my thoughts and the painful reality of what my family really thought of me. I had returned to work part-time against medical orders, but I needed the distraction. At least at the hospital I felt useful, necessary. At home, it was just me and the echo of my mother's words. Nobody has time for your dramatizations. It was 3:17 a.m. when my phone rang. The sound startled me so much that I knocked over the glass of water that was on the nightstand. I looked at the name on the screen, Mom. For a second, I thought about not answering. After 2 weeks of total silence, she was calling me at dawn. But something about the timing of the call made me answer. Hello, Emma. Thank God you answered. My mother's voice was completely different from our last conversation. Desperate, scared. Mom, what happened? It's Jessica. The babies. They were born tonight, 5 weeks earlier than expected. I felt my stomach sink. As hurt as I was with my family, the idea of something happening to the babies haunted me. Are they okay? One of them, Noah, is. Emma, he needs immediate blood transfusions. There's something with his blood, a rare condition. The doctors tested the whole family here. Your father, Jessica, me, even her husband. Nobody is compatible. I heard my mother breathing heavily on the other side of the line. They want to test you. They say it's something genetic, that it might have come from Grandma Rose's family. Emma, you can save your nephew. The irony was almost funny if it weren't so tragic. The family that abandoned me when I almost died was now begging me to save a baby's life. Where are you? Miami, at Jackson Memorial Hospital. Emma, I know things haven't been going well between us lately, but I'll take the first flight. The silence on the other side lasted a few seconds. Really? It's a baby, Mom. It's my nephew. Oh, Emma, thank you. We'll pay for everything. The ticket, the hotel, everything. Just come quickly, please. I hung up and stared at the ceiling of my room. It wasn't for my family that I was doing this. It was for an innocent baby who wasn't to blame for the adults' problems around him. I arrived in Miami 12 hours later, straight from the airport to the hospital. My parents were in the NICU waiting room looking like I had never seen them before. My mother had deep dark circles and disheveled hair. My father was hunched in a chair holding his head in his hands. When they saw me, my mother got up and for the first time in years really hugged me. Thank you for coming. Where's Jessica? With Sophia, the girl. She's fine, but Jessica doesn't want to leave her side. Noah is more critical. A doctor approached, Dr. Rodriguez, specialist in neonatal hematology. You must be Emma. We need to do some blood tests immediately. In the next few minutes, he explained the situation to me. Noah had a condition called severe hemolytic anemia of the newborn. It was rare, genetic, and required blood transfusions from a very specific donor, someone with type-O negative blood, but with a particular combination of antibodies that was found in less than 0.3% of the population. We've already tested 15 relatives and close friends. Nobody is compatible, but based on the family's genetic history, you have a 40% chance of being the donor we need. While we waited for the test results, I sat next to my parents in the waiting room. The silence was heavy, full of unspoken things. "Emma," my father finally spoke, "I know we weren't. That things haven't been going well." "Haven't been going well?" I couldn't contain myself. "Dad, you didn't even come see me when I almost died." My mother sighed. "Emma, you don't understand. Jessica was in a very delicate phase of pregnancy. Any stress could—" "Mom, for God's sake. I was in a coma for 3 days. But you turned out fine by chance. I could have died and you wouldn't even know." My father got up and started pacing back and forth. "Look, Emma, I know you're upset, but now is not the time for this. We need to focus on Noah." It was unbelievable. Even at that moment, they couldn't acknowledge what they had done to me. Dr. Rodriguez came back with a paper in his hand and a relieved smile. "Emma, you're compatible. More than compatible. Actually, your blood is perfect for Noah. We can start the first transfusion immediately." My parents sighed with relief and my mother started crying. "Thank God. Thank God." "But," Dr. Rodriguez continued, "I need to explain something. This won't be a single transfusion. Noah will need regular transfusions for the next few months, possibly up to a year, and they need to be from her blood specifically." What he was saying slowly registered in my mind. It wasn't just an emergency. It was a long-term commitment. They didn't just need me now. They would need me for the next few months. I looked at my parents who were processing the same information. "How many times?" I asked. "Probably once a month, maybe every 3 weeks at the beginning." My mother looked at me with an expression I had never seen before. It was almost respectful. "Emma, this means you're going to have to—" "I know what it means, Mom. For the first time in my life, I had something my family desperately needed. And for the first time, they had to treat me with the respect I always deserved, not by choice but by necessity." The irony wasn't lost on any of us. The daughter they abandoned when she was dying was now literally the only person in the world who could save the baby they valued so much. 3 days after the first transfusion, when Noah was stable and I was preparing my return to Portland, my phone rang. It was a number I didn't recognize, but with a Miami area code. "Emma, it's Maya, your cousin, Isabel's daughter." Maya worked as a nurse at Jackson Memorial itself. I hadn't talked to her in years, but I remembered we were always close in childhood. "Maya, what a surprise. Did you hear about Noah?" "I did. Actually, that's why I'm calling." Her voice was low, as if she was speaking secretly. "Can we meet? There are some things you need to know." We met at a coffee shop a few blocks from the hospital. Maya was in her hospital uniform and seemed nervous. "Emma, first I want to say that I think what your family did to you is absurd. Everyone here at the hospital found out that you almost died and that nobody went to see you. It's inadmissible." "Thank you, Maya. It means a lot to hear that. But that's not all." She stirred her coffee without drinking. "There are other things happening. Things your parents didn't tell you." My stomach tightened. "What kind of things, Maya? Do you know that the family company is going through problems?" I vaguely knew that my parents had a medical equipment company, something that started with my grandfather and grew over the years, but they never included me in business conversations. "Not much. They never tell me anything about it." "Well, and there's a reason for that." Maya took a deep breath. "Emma, do you know that Grandma Rose died 3 years ago? Right?" "Yes, of course." "Did you read the will?" "No. Nobody ever showed it to me." Maya took a folded sheet from her bag. "I got a copy through a friend who works at the notary. Emma, your grandmother left 35% of the company to you." I looked at the paper without understanding properly. "What do you mean, 35%? Emma, your grandmother left the largest individual part of the company to you. Your parents got 30% each. Jessica got 5%. But you received the biggest slice. I felt like the ground had disappeared from under my feet. That's not possible. If it were true, they would have told me. Emma, your parents have been managing your part of the company for 3 years without your authorization. Without you even knowing, you own 35% of everything. Maya's words echoed in my head. 35%. I owned more than a third of a company that made millions per year and didn't even know it. How can they do this? The will had a strange clause. It said you could only be informed about the inheritance when you demonstrated sufficient maturity to manage such responsibility. Your parents have been using this as an excuse to keep everything secret. Sufficient maturity? I've been a nurse for 6 years. I have a master's degree. How, Emma? They never intended to tell you. Never. And now the situation is critical. Maya told me that the company was facing a hostile takeover attempt. An international conglomerate wanted to buy medical devices but needed approval from the main shareholders. With my parents controlling only 60% together, they needed my signature to maintain control of the company. That's why they're desperate, Emma. It's not just about Noah. It's about the company, too. If you find out about the inheritance and decide to sell your part to the buyer, they lose everything. I was silent for several minutes, processing everything. Maya, how did you find out all this? My boyfriend works in the company's legal department. He told me that your parents are in panic because they can't locate you to sign the documents. Then when the accident happened and then Noah's situation, he connected the dots. Did they know I was in the hospital? Of course they knew, but they decided it was better not to bother you while you were recovering. What irony, right? I returned to the hotel that night with my head exploding. 35% of a multimillion-dollar company, 3 years of profits that belonged to me being used to finance my family's luxurious lifestyle, and all kept secret. The next day, I received a call that would change everything. Miss Emma, this is Harold from the office Stevenson and Associates. I was your grandmother Rose's lawyer. My heart raced. Mr. Stevenson, I know it may seem strange for me to call now, but I've been trying to locate you for months. Your parents said you were traveling, that they didn't have your updated contacts. Of course they did. I need to talk to you about some issues related to your grandmother's will. Can we meet today? Harold Stevenson's office was in Miami's financial district. He was a man of about 60 years, gray hair, who received me with a warm smile and an expression of relief. Miss Emma, you can't imagine how happy I am to finally talk to you. Mr. Stevenson, I need to be direct. I discovered yesterday that my grandmother left me part of the family company. My parents never told me. He sighed deeply. I imagined something like this was happening. Your grandmother was very specific in the will. She wanted you to know about the inheritance on your 25th birthday. When that didn't happen, I tried to contact you several times. Did my parents intercept the calls? I believe so. They always told me you were very busy, that it wasn't the right time, that you were still maturing. Harold opened a thick folder and put several documents on the table. Emma, your inheritance isn't just the 35% of the company. Your grandmother also left royalties from 3 medical patents she developed in the 80s. Rights to the company's most profitable product, the Cardigard Pro, which was inspired by a conversation you two had when you were a child, and a trust fund of $2.3 million. I was breathless. $2.3 million. That's not counting the accumulated dividends from the last 3 years. Your part of the company's profits totals approximately $4.1 million additional. $6,400,000. I had been a millionaire for 3 years and didn't know it. Mr. Stevenson, how did my parents manage to hide this from me? They used the maturity clause as legal justification, but Emma, I need to be honest with you. They managed your money in a questionable way. He showed me financial reports. My parents had used my part of the profits to expand the company, buy a mansion in Coral Gables, finance Jessica's luxurious lifestyle, and even pay for the extravagant baby shower party. They basically used your money as if it were theirs. Is this legal? Technically, They are the legal administrators until you claim the inheritance. But ethically, it's very questionable. Harold handed me a pile of documents. Emma, you need to decide what you want to do. You can take immediate control of your inheritance. You can question your parents' administration of the last 3 years, or you can try an amicable agreement. I took the papers with trembling hands. And if I want to sell my part of the company? It's your right. Actually, there's an international consortium very interested. They've already made an offer of $12 million just for your part. $12 million. I left Harold's office in shock. My family had not only abandoned me when I almost died, but had also hidden from me the fact that I was a multimillionaire. They had used my own money to finance a life of luxury while I worked double shifts to pay for my small apartment in Portland. But now I knew the truth and, for the first time in my life, I had real power over them. I decided not to say anything to my parents immediately. During the next 3 days, while Noah recovered from the second transfusion, I observed my family with completely different eyes. Every gesture, every conversation, every decision they made without consulting me gained new meaning now that I knew I owned more than a third of everything. My father made several business calls in the hospital corridor, always talking about maintaining family control and not letting strangers take over the family legacy. My mother spent 2 hours planning the decoration of the baby's room, a project that would cost $40,000, I discovered later. Jessica spoke casually about the new BMW she would receive as a gift when the babies turned 1 month old. All financed with my money. On Thursday, when Noah was stable enough for me to return to Portland, I requested a family meeting. We need to talk all together. We met in the hospital cafeteria. My parents seemed surprised by my seriousness, but Jessica barely looked up from her phone. About what? My mother asked. About our family. About how things are going to work from now on. My father frowned. Emma, if it's about the transfusions, we already talked. We'll pay for all your tickets, accommodation, everything. You won't have any expenses. It's not about that. I took a deep breath. It was now or never. It's about Grandma Rose's inheritance. The silence that followed was deafening. I saw my parents' faces turn pale instantly. Even Jessica put down her phone. What inheritance? She asked. But from her tone, it was clear she knew exactly what I was talking about. The 35% of the company that Grandma left me. The $6.4 million that you hid from me for 3 years. My mother tried to speak, but the words didn't come out. Emma, my father finally said, you don't understand the situation. This inheritance comes with a lot of responsibility. We were protecting you. Protecting? I couldn't contain myself. You spent my money on a mansion, a BMW, a $40,000 party, and left me working double shifts to pay my rent. That's protection. How did you find out? Jessica asked, and for the first time since I arrived, she seemed genuinely scared. It doesn't matter how. What matters is that now I know everything. I took out a folder I had prepared with copies of all the documents Harold had given me. I know about the company's takeover attempt. I know you need my signature to maintain control. I know about the $4.1 million in dividends you used without my authorization. And I know about the $12 million offer from the international consortium. My father ran his hand over his face. Emma, you can't sell your part to strangers. It's our family's legacy. Family legacy? I laughed. But there was nothing funny about it. What family? The same one that abandoned me when I almost died? The same one that said nobody had time for my dramatizations. Emma, you're being unfair, my mother said. We had our reasons. Your reasons were that you were too busy spending my money to care about me. The movement in the cafeteria stopped. Several people were looking at our table. Jessica looked like she wanted to disappear. Lower your voice, my father whispered. Why? Ashamed that people know how you treat your own daughter. I looked at each of them one at a time. Do you want to know what the cruelest irony of this whole situation is? You abandoned me when I was dying because you thought I wasn't important. But now you discover that you not only need my blood to save the baby you value so much, but you also need my signature to save the family company. I am literally the most important person at this table. And you spent years treating me like garbage. My father tried to speak, but I wasn't finished. And you know what's even more ironic? You always made me feel like I was the problematic daughter, the dramatic one, the one who didn't fit in. But I was Grandma Rose's favorite. She left me the biggest part of the company because she knew I was the only one who really cared about the family legacy, not just the money. Jessica finally spoke and her voice was trembling. Emma, look, I know things weren't ideal, but you can't destroy the company because of that. There are many people who depend on jobs there. Now you care about other people, Jessica? How interesting. Emma, for God's sake. My mother said, "What do you want? Money? We can give you money." With my own money? I laughed bitterly. How generous. I picked up the documents and stood up. I'm going back to Portland. I'm going to think about all this. When I decide what to do with my inheritance, you'll be the first to know. And Noah? My father asked desperately. Noah is my nephew. I would never let a child suffer because of adults' mistakes. I'll come back for the transfusions as needed, but that doesn't change anything about our family situation. I walked toward the cafeteria exit, but turned one last time. Oh, and just so you know, Harold, Grandma's lawyer, is preparing a complete audit of how you managed my money for the last 3 years. I hope you kept all the receipts. The expression of panic on their faces was almost satisfying. The next morning, on the flight back to Portland, I received 12 missed calls from my parents. I didn't answer any. For the first time in 3 years since Grandma Rose's death, I was in control. But what I didn't expect was the call I would receive 2 days after returning home. It was Jessica. Emma, please don't hang up. What do you want? Jessica, can I come see you in Portland? I was surprised. Jessica had never shown interest in visiting me before. Why? Because I need to talk to you alone without Mom and Dad around. There was something in her voice I had never heard before. Genuine vulnerability. You just had twins, Jessica. You shouldn't be traveling. Sophia is fine and can stay with the nurses. Noah. Well, Noah needs you anyway, and I need to do this. Do what? Apologize. Really? 2 hours later, Jessica was at my door. She looked exhausted with deep dark circles and a pallor I had never seen on her. More importantly, she seemed humble. Can I come in? We sat in my small living room. The contrast was striking. Her in designer clothes, even postpartum. Me in my wrinkled nurse uniform after a 12-hour shift. Emma, I came here to tell the truth about some things. What truth? About the accident? About the hospital? About everything? She took a deep breath. I knew you were in the hospital. From the first day. I felt my stomach sink. You knew. Sarah, your colleague, called home, talked to Mom, explained everything. That you had been in a coma, that you were alone, that you needed family. And what did Mom do? Hung up the phone. Said you were always dramatic and that you were probably exaggerating. I closed my eyes. Knowing that they knew and still chose to ignore me was even worse than imagining they didn't know. But Jessica, you also knew and did nothing. I know, and that's the worst part. Tears started rolling down her face. Emma, I'm a horrible person. I knew you were there alone, recovering, and I still posted those baby shower photos with that stupid hashtag. Why? Because I've always been jealous of you. This answer caught me completely by surprise. Jealous of me? Jessica, you were always the favorite. You always had everything. No, Emma. You were always Grandma Rose's favorite. She talked about you all the time. Emma is so smart. Emma is going to be a doctor. Emma understands business. I grew up hearing that. That doesn't justify. It doesn't justify anything. I know. But I want you to understand that when I found out about the inheritance, I wasn't surprised. I was relieved. Relieved because it finally made sense. Grandma always loved you more. Always believed in you more. It's fair that she left more to you. We were silent for a few minutes. Emma, I came here to tell you something that Mom and Dad don't know. I know. What? They never intended to tell you about the inheritance. Never. Their plan was to use the money to expand the company, and when you turn 30, give you a fixed amount and say it was your part of Grandma's inheritance. How much? $100,000. $100,000 from an inheritance of more than $6 million. How do you know this? I overheard a conversation between them last year. They were discussing how to solve Emma's situation. When the time came, I felt an anger I had never felt before. Jessica, why are you telling me this now? Because after Noah was born and needed you, I realized what we did. You could have hated us. You could have said no. You could have let us suffer like we let you suffer. But you didn't do that. You saved my son. She got up and went to the window. And also because I discovered that if you sell your part of the company to the consortium, I get nothing. What do you mean? Mom and Dad never told me. But in the hostile takeover contract, they're only interested in the main shareholders. My 5% part would be absorbed by the company for a symbolic value. So that was it. Jessica wasn't there just out of guilt. She was there because she needed me too. So you want me not to sell? I want you to do what's best for you, Emma. For the first time in my life, I want you to put yourself first. She turned to look at me. But I also want to offer you something. What? Half of my part of the company, 2.5%. It's not much compared to what you already have, but it's all I can offer. Why? Because you deserve it. Because Grandma was right about you. And because I want to have a real sister for the first time in my life. I looked at Jessica. Really looked. For the first time in years, she was no longer the spoiled little princess I had always resented. She was a new mother, scared, who was finally seeing the consequences of our family's actions. Jessica, even if I accept your apologies, that doesn't change what our parents did. I know, and they'll have to answer for that. But Emma, could you consider not destroying everything? At least until we all talk together, like a real family. For the first time since I discovered the inheritance, I felt that maybe there was a chance to fix our family. It wouldn't be easy and it would take time, but maybe it was possible. I'll think about it, Jessica. That's all I can ask. 6 months later, I was sitting in the boardroom of medical devices in Coral Gables, reviewing quarterly reports as co-director of the company. It was surreal to think that less than a year ago, I didn't even know I owned more than a third of that place. The independent audit I had demanded revealed even more irregularities than Harold had initially imagined. My parents had not only used my money improperly, but had also made several questionable decisions that put the company at financial risk. The hostile takeover attempt wasn't just an opportunity. It was almost a necessity given the precarious situation the finances were in. But 6 months of transparent management with my active participation in decisions had completely changed the scenario. Medical devices was not only financially stable again but was also thriving. The CardiGuard Pro, the product my grandmother had developed based on a conversation we had when I was a child about how it would be cool if doctors could see people's hearts working in real time, was having its best sales year in history. Emma, my father said from across the table, the third quarter numbers are impressive. Best quarter in 5 years. That's what happens when you make decisions based on real data instead of trying to impress investors. I replied without looking up from the spreadsheet. Our relationship was still tense, but it was functional. They respected me now, not by choice, but because they had no option. And honestly, it was better than being ignored. My mother entered the room with a coffee tray. Anyone want some? It was strange how small gestures like this, which would be completely normal in any family, now carried immense weight in ours. Every kindness from them seemed like an attempt to compensate for years of neglect. Thank you, Mom. She smiled, a genuine smile, not the forced smile I was used to seeing. How are Sophia and Noah? I asked. Great. Noah doesn't need the transfusions anymore, as you know. Dr. Rodriguez said he's completely out of danger. It was true. The last transfusion had been 2 months ago. Noah was growing healthy and strong with no sign of the condition that almost killed him when he was born. And Sophia is trying to talk. My mother continued. Jessica swears she said Emma yesterday, but I think it was just a murmur. I smiled despite myself. In recent months, I had spent much more time with the twins. Not because I had moved to Miami, I still lived in Portland, but because I now came to the city at least twice a month to take care of company business. By the way, my father said, Harold called this morning. The international consortium made a new offer for the entire company. No, just for your part. $15 million this time. $15 million. A year ago, it was more money than I could imagine. Now it was just money. And what did you answer? That I would need to talk to you first. That was another significant change. Before, my parents made decisions and communicated them to me later. Now nothing happened without my explicit approval. I'm not interested. The company is doing well. We're on the right track. Why would I sell now? I saw the relief on both their faces. Besides, I continued, if I sell my part now, who's going to keep you in line? It was half joking, half truth. In recent months, I had discovered that I liked the business world. I had a natural aptitude for financial analysis and strategic planning, things I never knew I could do because they never gave me the chance. My phone rang. It was Jessica. Excuse me, I said and answered. Emma, are you still at the company? I am. Why? Can you stop by here before going back to the hotel? There's something I want to show you. Sure. 2 hours later, I was at Jessica's house, an elegant mansion in Pinecrest that, as I discovered, had also been partially financed with my money. But it didn't bother me so much anymore. The money was being restored, and more importantly, our relationship was being rebuilt. Emma. Jessica greeted me at the door with Sophia in her arms. Look who's here. Sophia stretched her little arms toward me and smiled. It was impossible not to melt. Hi, princess, I said, taking her in my arms. Where's your brother? Sleeping. Thank God he's in a phase where he only sleeps if someone is singing to him. We sat in the living room. Jessica seemed nervous. Emma. Remember when you asked if I would consider moving closer to Portland? I remember. Well, I was thinking, what if it were the other way around? What do you mean? What if you considered moving closer to here? Not to live with us, but to live in Miami. I looked at her with surprise. Jessica, listen. I know it's a lot to ask. I know you have your life in Portland, your work, your friends, but the company needs you here. And more importantly, I need you here. Why? Because in the last 6 months, I discovered what it's like to have a real sister. And Sophia and Noah deserve to grow up knowing the aunt who saved one of their lives. And because... She stopped as if trying to find the right words. Because I want to be better. I want to be the kind of person my daughter can admire. And seeing how you handled this whole situation with dignity, with strength, without letting yourself be consumed by anger, I realize you're the kind of person I want to become. I was silent for a moment, processing her words. Jessica, I've already forgiven you all. It may not seem like it because we're still careful with each other, but I've forgiven. I know, and that makes everything even more incredible. You had every reason to destroy us, to get revenge, to make us pay, but instead you chose justice. You forced us to face our mistakes, but you didn't destroy us in the process. Sophia started to doze in my lap. It was a strange feeling, but good, being needed for positive reasons, not just for blood or money. And there's one more thing, Jessica continued. I want you to be the godmother of the children. Jessica, don't answer now. Just think, okay, about everything. About the move, about being godmother, about having a real family. That night, in my hotel room, I called Sarah in Portland. How was the meeting? She asked. Good. The company is doing well. And Jessica made me an interesting proposal. I told her about the conversation. And what are you thinking? I'm thinking that maybe it's time for a real change. Portland was always my escape from family, you know. But now that things are different. You have a real family now. Yes, and I have a job I love here too. The company isn't just about money. We're really making a difference in the medical field. So, it sounds like you've already decided. Maybe Sarah was right. 2 months later, I was officially living in Miami in an elegant apartment in Brickell that I chose and paid for myself, with my own money, this time. I had accepted an official position as VP of Strategic Development at Medical Devices, and I had also accepted to be godmother to Sophia and Noah. The baptism ceremony was small, just close family. But when the priest handed me Noah to hold during the blessing, I felt something I had never felt before. I really belonged somewhere. After the ceremony, we were all in my parents' garden, which I now called the family house instead of their house. My father approached me. "Emma, can I talk to you for a moment?" We moved away from the group. "I want to tell you something I should have said a long time ago." "What?" "You saved our family. Not just Noah, the whole family. You forced us to be honest with each other for the first time in years. You gave us a second chance we didn't deserve." "Dad, no. Let me finish. Your grandmother Rose was right about you. You were always special, always the strongest of all of us, and we were too stupid to see it." I felt tears forming in my eyes. "Thank you for saying that, and thank you for not giving up on us." That night, sitting on the balcony of my new apartment, looking at Biscayne Bay, I thought about how my life had completely changed in less than a year. The accident that left me abandoned in the hospital ended up being the catalyst that revealed not only my true financial worth, but also my true worth as a person. I picked up my phone and opened Instagram. I hadn't posted anything in months. I had stopped using social media obsessively after everything that happened. But that night, I felt like sharing something. I posted a photo from the baptism ceremony with Sophia sleeping in my lap and Noah smiling at the camera. The caption was simple: "Proud godmother of my nephew and niece. Family isn't perfect, but it's real. Hashtag new beginnings, hashtag real family, hashtag gratitude." In seconds, likes and comments started coming in. Sarah was the first. "You deserve all this happiness and more. Love you, friend." Maya commented, "What a beautiful transformation. You shine, cousin." Even some colleagues from the hospital in Portland sent loving messages. But the comment that touched me most was from someone unexpected. "My mother, my beautiful and strong daughter, thank you for teaching us what family really means. I love you more than words can express." They were just words on a screen, but coming from a woman who used to tell me that nobody had time for my dramatizations, they meant everything. A few weeks later, I received a call I didn't expect. "Emma, this is Dr. Morrison from Oregon Health." Dr. Morrison was the doctor who took care of me during my hospitalization after the accident. "Doctor, what a surprise." "Emma, I'm calling because it came to my attention that you moved to Miami and are no longer working as a nurse." "That's true. I now work at the family company." "Well, I have a proposal for you. The hospital is expanding our medical equipment program, and we need someone with your clinical experience and, from what I've heard, your new business experience. It would be a consulting position part-time, working remotely from Miami." Interested. It was perfect. A way to maintain my connection to medicine without giving up the new life I was building. "Very interested, doctor." "Great. I'll send you the details." "And Emma?" "Yes, I'm glad to know you found your place in the world. You deserve it." After hanging up, I realized that was exactly it. I had finally found my place in the world. Not as the abandoned daughter who begged for attention, but as a strong woman who knew her own worth and wouldn't accept less than she deserved. 6 months passed since the move to Miami. Medical devices was having its best year in history. Sophia had taken her first steps and really said, "Aunt Emma." Clearly, it wasn't Grandma's imagination. Noah was a chubby and healthy baby who laughed whenever he saw me. My parents and I developed a relationship of mutual respect. It wasn't the warm and cuddly family I had always dreamed of having, but it was honest. They respected me, I respected them, and we made decisions together, both personal and professional. Jessica and I became real friends. Not perfect sisters, but two adult women who were learning to know and respect each other. She enrolled in a business administration course, saying she wanted to really contribute to the family business instead of just spending the money. And me? I became exactly who Grandma Rose always knew I could be. A strong, independent woman who knew her worth and wasn't afraid to demand it. On the last Sunday of December, we were all gathered at the family house for the end-of-year lunch. It was a tradition my mother insisted on reinstating because real families get together regularly. She said while I watched Sophia playing on the floor and Noah sleeping peacefully in the portable crib. Jessica was sitting next to me reviewing course materials, my parents in the kitchen preparing dessert together for the first time in years. I felt a deep peace. My phone vibrated. It was a message from Sarah. "How's life as a millionaire businesswoman?" I smiled and replied, "Better than I imagined, but not because I'm a millionaire. Because I finally have a family that values me. And you deserved every second of that happiness. Happy New Year, friend." Happy New Year. I put away my phone and looked around the room. A year ago, I was alone in a hospital room, abandoned by my own family, not knowing I was a millionaire, working double shifts to pay the bills for a small apartment in Portland. Today, I was co-owner of a thriving company, had a job I loved, a family that respected me, and 2 godchildren who adored me. More importantly, I knew who I was and what my worth was. And I would never again allow anyone to make me forget that. The motorcycle accident that almost killed me ended up giving me life. The family that abandoned me when I was dying discovered they couldn't live without me. And the daughter who was always considered dispensable became indispensable. It wasn't a fairy tale ending. It was better than that. It was real. It was deserved. And it was mine. Sophia yelled, "Aunt Emma!" from across the room and ran wobbling in my direction. I picked her up and she gave me a slobbery kiss on the cheek. "I love you, Auntie. I love you too, Princess." And in that moment, looking into my goddaughter's innocent eyes, I knew that all the pain, all the struggle, all the journey had been worth it. Because now I was no longer the forgotten daughter. I was Aunt Emma, the co-director, Noah's savior, the respected daughter, the true sister, the woman who knew her own worth. And I would never be less than that. Now on to the next story. Story 3. On the day of the company's dividend, my wife suddenly accused me of dereliction of duty and asked me to hand over the case that was about to be closed to her so-called first love. I just laughed and handed over my partner position to her precious first love as well. Why not? All that traveling and work isn't for me. I'll just let you have the partnership instead. Everyone thought I'd lost my mind, but they didn't know I had the case's key evidence in my hands. Without me, the case I've painstakingly followed for a year would become a ticking time bomb, and Jackie would face client backlash and a mountain of debt. "Ollie, you're the real reason this company is where it is today. This entire bonus is for you." In the main boardroom, Jackie, the head of Langston Grace, smiled and pulled Ollie close, handing him a thick stack of envelopes. Suddenly, everyone around them broke into applause, cheering. With a top talent like Ollie on board, the company is bound to thrive. Jackie sure has an eye for talent. The way she and attorney Maddox work together, it's like they're a couple. I watched the scene from the back, unable to help a bitter smile, my hand clenching the file I was holding. Today was supposed to be the day for our quarterly dividends, but just as I pulled into Langston Grace's lot, Jackie called, telling me to go out and push for the final report on a client case. Being married to her for years, I trusted Jackie completely. Thinking it was just another client in a rush, I turned my car around, spending the entire day running errands in near 100-degree heat. When I saw Jackie hand the entire dividend over to Ollie, a kid who hadn't been with us even 2 months, I understood everything. The call hadn't been about an impatient client. It was just a way to get me out of the office. She just wanted to give my hard-earned work from the last year to her precious high school sweetheart. When Ollie saw me enter, he feigned surprise. "Oh, Mike, you're just now getting here? You were out on leave, so I started without you. Hope you don't mind." His tone was respectful, but the glint of challenge in his eyes as he flaunted his bonus was unmistakable. Jackie's face held no trace of apology, and she looked at me with clear disdain. "What's that look for, Mike? Did you really expect everyone to wait just for you? No wonder you drag every case out. It's like you're deliberately holding the company back. Now that you're here, hand that case over to Ollie. He'll handle it better than you and make sure there aren't any surprises." Her authoritative tone left no room for argument, and I clenched my fists, feeling a chill in my chest. That case she referred to was the toughest one I had ever worked on. The client was a local billionaire, and his down payment alone was $500,000. The case involved international financial disputes, and I'd been to hell and back, crossing time zones and working myself to the bone to piece it together, even to the point of damaging my health. Now, with the end in sight, Jackie wanted to sweep in, take all my effort, and just hand it to Ollie. I couldn't help but feel the injustice of it all. When Jackie had dreamed of starting a business, I hadn't hesitated. I left my own thriving career, put up all my savings, and stood by her from scratch. But without any professional background, Jackie struggled to keep the company running. The weight of every project has fallen squarely on my shoulders over the years. My hard work and dedication are the only reason the company is where it is today. But Ollie, after a handful of business trips with Jackie, got all my credit effortlessly. Looking back, Jackie was truly heartless. 10 years of marriage meant less than an old boyfriend she had once dumped her for. Now, she had drained the last bit of loyalty I had left. I nodded numbly, my voice flat. Fine, have it your way. Ollie's eyes flashed with triumph, but he still pretended to be modest. Mike, I'm just a new guy. No way I'm ready to take on $1 million case. I only offered to help because Jackie mentioned you'd been on it for a year without finishing. I just wanted to lighten your load a bit. Jackie patted Ollie's shoulder warmly, encouraging him. Ollie, you're a top talent from overseas. If you can't handle it, no one here can. I merely laughed out loud. Ollie's education had been bought with a fat check. He couldn't even recite the basics during his interview, but Jackie treated him like gold, paid him an outrageous salary, and pampered him like royalty. After soothing Ollie, Jackie looked at me with scorn. Mike, let's be honest. Without me, you wouldn't be where you are now. You've had your fun, but maybe it's time to remember your place. If Ollie hadn't spoken up for you, I'd have fired you a long time ago. I couldn't help but laugh coldly to myself. Jackie seemed to forget that when she started Langston Grace, I had guided every move, taught her everything, and sacrificed my health and pride to win clients. Now that the company was thriving, she didn't thank me. Instead, she resented me, belittling every effort I'd made. Jackie's tirade continued, painting me as some irredeemable problem in her perfect, quick vision of the company. Taking a deep breath, I turned to face Ollie directly. Our coworkers looked between us, ready for the drama to unfold, convinced Ollie and I would clash. But instead, I smiled, pulled a partnership transfer document from my bag, and threw it on Ollie's desk. All that travel is so exhausting. Why don't you take my partnership, too? For a moment, everyone in the office stood frozen, staring at me with wide eyes. They thought I'd gone crazy, that I was just lashing out. After all, everyone knew how much effort I'd put in to reach this point in the company. Mike, you're the second largest partner here. You've earned this. Don't make any rash decisions, a colleague urged. Jackie's face twisted with anger, assuming I was threatening her. Mike, will you cut this out? Just because I said a few things, now you're throwing a tantrum? Don't forget, I'm the majority stakeholder. Now, after handing over the partnership to Ollie, a strange sense of peace washed over me. The burden I had carried for years was finally gone. But deep down, I knew the real reckoning was still ahead. I had all the evidence I needed to turn the tide in my favor, and now it was just a matter of waiting for the perfect moment to act. In the first few days, Ollie behaved like the new king of the company. He gave orders, reshuffled teams, and tried to impress clients with an air of superiority disguised as humility. Jackie stood by his side, beaming with pride, convinced that her high school sweetheart was elevating the company to new heights. But it didn't take long for the cracks to appear. Ollie missed critical deadlines, submitted incomplete reports, and made changes without consulting anyone. The billionaire client, already known for being difficult, grew furious as the case fell apart. Internal company communications revealed their growing desperation. Ollie scrambling to fix the damage and Jackie becoming increasingly stressed trying to salvage her reputation. Yet she refused to admit the obvious. She had placed the company's future in the wrong hands. Eventually, the billionaire terminated the contract and filed a lawsuit for negligence, demanding an astronomical sum in damages. This sparked a chain reaction. Other key clients, fearing their projects would also be mishandled, began withdrawing their business. The once prestigious name of Langston Grace quickly became synonymous with failure. As Jackie and Ollie fought to keep the company afloat, I prepared my next move. With the firm in shambles and Ollie drowning in his own incompetence, I filed a lawsuit against Langston Grace. I accused them of sabotage, manipulation, and fraud, backing every claim with internal emails and documents. I wasn't just seeking compensation. I wanted to expose every detail of their betrayal and make sure they paid dearly for it. The trial was a spectacle. Jackie and Ollie tried to frame it as a common internal dispute, but my evidence was overwhelming. I presented emails showing how they had schemed to push me out and how the company's downfall began the moment Ollie took over. Watching Jackie's face as she read her own incriminating messages was priceless. Ollie, who had tried to maintain a confident front, began to visibly sweat as his failures were laid bare. The verdict was clear. The company was ordered to pay me a hefty settlement for the damages I had endured, along with reinstating my partnership rights. But the final blow came when the firm's assets were auctioned off to cover their debts and my compensation. Jackie and Ollie could only watch, helpless, as every piece of what they had built was sold for next to nothing. What remained of Langston Grace was a mere shadow of its former self, while they drowned in debt and disgrace. I used the settlement money to launch my own business, something I had always dreamed of doing. This time, every decision was mine. Success came swiftly, and without Jackie's manipulation holding me back, my talents finally shone. In no time, my business expanded to new cities, and I became a respected figure in the industry. As my life flourished, Jackie and Ollie faded into obscurity. Jackie, once so confident, lost all her influence and was shunned by former friends and colleagues. Ollie, unable to find work anywhere, was left with a ruined reputation. The foreign talent they had once celebrated was now regarded as a complete amateur. I later heard rumors that Jackie and Ollie had split. Their relationship couldn't withstand the pressure and the failure. She blamed him for everything, and he accused her of ruining the company over a childish obsession. They parted ways bitterly, each one more defeated than the other. Meanwhile, my life moved on peacefully. I was exactly where I was meant to be, at the top, free from manipulation and betrayal. My revenge wasn't just exposing Jackie and Ollie. It was living better, knowing they had destroyed themselves. And with every achievement I reached, the weight of their betrayal lifted a little more, leaving behind only the sweet satisfaction that, in the end, I was the one who truly won. With the collapse of Langston Grace, the market quickly adjusted. Disgruntled clients, frustrated with the disaster Jackie and Ollie had caused, began seeking new partners. It didn't take long for many of them to come to me. I had the expertise, the competence, and, most importantly, a spotless reputation. My new business grew rapidly, bolstered by the migration of former Langston Grace clients. The irony was undeniable. The downfall of Jackie and Ollie had become the catalyst for my success. The connections I built over the years, combined with the goodwill from clients who knew the truth about my ousting, opened doors I never thought possible. Meanwhile, the board members of Langston Grace, desperate to salvage what was left of the company, realized that keeping Jackie and Ollie on was untenable. Their mismanagement had not only destroyed the company's reputation but also left it drowning in debt and lawsuits. With no other option, the board fired both of them, cutting all ties in an attempt to stabilize the sinking ship. As my company thrived, I heard rumors that Jackie and Ollie were struggling. With no income and no credibility, they were knocking on doors across the industry, searching for any opportunity, but nobody wanted to hire them. The business world can be ruthless toward those who fail so publicly. And then something happened that I couldn't have planned better. One day, both Jackie and Ollie walked into my company looking for jobs. They had no idea I owned the business. They entered the lobby modestly dressed, holding their resumes as if they still held some relevance in the industry. When I saw them standing there at the reception desk, I had to stifle a laugh. My assistant discreetly informed me that 2 former executives from Langston Grace were here, hoping to apply for any available positions. I told my assistant to send them in. When they walked into my office trying to project some dignity, they were visibly nervous. But the moment they saw me seated at the desk, Their faces went pale. It was like watching a scene from a movie. The hope draining from their eyes, replaced by dread and disbelief. "Mike, you're the owner?" Jackie stammered, her voice shaky. I leaned forward, a cold smile spreading across my face. "That's right. And it seems you're here asking me for jobs." Ali tried to keep his composure. "We just need a chance. We're willing to start from the ground up." "Interesting," I replied, crossing my arms. "There are openings, actually. We need someone to serve coffee and keep the meeting rooms tidy. If you're interested, there's a spot for you. If not—" I paused, savoring the moment. "You can leave right now." Jackie's mouth dropped open in shock, and Ali looked like he was about to burst from embarrassment. They hadn't expected this kind of humiliation. They thought they could escape the consequences of their actions. "This is ridiculous," Jackie muttered, trying to cling to a shred of pride. "After everything we did at Langston Grace, you're offering us janitorial roles?" "After everything you did," I corrected sharply. "The collapse of Langston Grace was entirely your doing. The only reason my company is thriving today is because you two ran the other one into the ground. If you don't want to serve coffee, there's the door." A long silence hung in the air. Jackie and Ali exchanged helpless glances, realizing they had no options left. Defeated, they stood up without another word and walked out of my office, their faces etched with shame. Watching them leave filled me with a sense of satisfaction beyond words. The perfect revenge wasn't just their downfall. It was having them crawl back to me, begging for a chance, and knowing that, deep down, they understood their fate was the result of their own greed and betrayal. As they walked out the door, I took a deep breath and smiled. Life had come full circle, and now I was exactly where I was meant to be. In control, while those who had wronged me had nowhere left to turn. Now on to the next story. Story 4. My name's Joel. I'm 29, and for the past 5 years, I've been the silent backbone of my family. The guy who always shows up, foots the bill, and never complains. My friends used to joke that I had provider syndrome, but I brushed it off. I just figured that's what you do for family, right? You help. You don't keep score. You carry the weight when others can't or won't. My mom always said I was the reliable one, and I wore that title like armor, even when it started to feel more like a leash. After Dad passed away when I was 22, things fell apart quickly. My younger sister, Lily, was still in high school, and my mom, well, she just wasn't built to do things alone. So I stepped in. I worked 2 jobs, paid off Dad's debts, kept Lily in her extracurriculars, and made sure there was always food in the fridge. No one asked me to do it directly, but the silence was heavy, like a quiet expectation that I'd fill in the blanks Dad left behind. At first, I didn't mind. I was grieving too, and helping gave me a purpose. But over time, it stopped feeling like a choice and more like an obligation I couldn't escape. Mom moved in with me after the house got foreclosed, and Lily followed when she started college nearby. My small 2-bedroom apartment became our new home, though it rarely felt like mine. I cooked, cleaned, paid the rent, covered the bills, all while working full-time in IT support and picking up freelance gigs on weekends. Meanwhile, Lily partied through college and dropped out in her 3rd year, claiming school wasn't for her. Mom supported that decision, of course. She said Lily needed time to find herself. I found that a little ironic considering I never had the luxury to lose myself in the first place. Still, I kept going. Birthdays I paid. Holidays I bought the gifts. Emergencies I handled them. Like when Lily rear-ended someone and Mom said, "She's just a kid, Joel. Can't you help her out this once?" It was always this once. Always just until next month. I got used to swallowing my frustration and nodding like some tired but dependable mule. My breaking point didn't come in a blaze. Not yet, anyway. It started with laughter. One Thursday evening, I came home from work exhausted. I'd had a 12-hour day thanks to a network crash at one of our client sites. I barely kicked off my shoes before Mom called from the couch. "Joel, honey, can you whip something up? We're starving." Lily was there, too, scrolling through her phone and sipping a fancy iced coffee I knew she hadn't paid for. I forced a smile and went to the kitchen, still wearing my work badge. I was chopping vegetables and half listening to the conversation in the living room when I heard it. Honestly, Lily snorted. He's like a wallet with legs. There was a burst of laughter. Mom's mostly. Then her voice cut through. He'll pay no matter what. That's what makes him useful. I froze mid-shop. Useful, like I was some kind of vending machine with a pulse. Like the money I gave, the sacrifices I made, the years I spent making sure they were okay. None of it was love. It was just utility. They didn't know I could hear them. That's what made it worse. I didn't say a word. I didn't storm in and confront them. I finished making dinner, chicken stir-fry because it was Lily's favorite, and served it like usual. I even smiled when Mom said, "You're a lifesaver, Joel." But something inside me snapped that night. Not loudly, quietly, like a rope fraying at the edge, one thread at a time. I washed the dishes alone after they went back to their TV show, trying to pretend like nothing had changed. But everything had. That night, I lay awake staring at the ceiling, replaying their words over and over. Wallet with legs. He'll pay no matter what. How many times had they said things like that when I wasn't listening? How long had I been a joke to them? A walking ATM with no spine. I started noticing things I'd ignored before, like how Lily hadn't applied for a single job since dropping out despite promising she would. Or how Mom somehow always had money for wine and takeout, but not for groceries. Every time I brought up budgeting, they changed the subject or played the guilt card. After everything we've been through, you want to nickel and dime us now? I thought maybe I was overreacting. Maybe they were just venting. So I gave it a few days. Then came the final straw. It was the first of the month. Rent day. I came home from work to find Mom and Lily sitting at the kitchen table, sipping cocktails, and laughing over some celebrity gossip. The rent envelope I'd left on the counter was gone. When I asked about it, Mom waved her hand. "Oh, I used some of it for groceries and utilities. You can cover the rest later, right?" They didn't even ask. Didn't even pretend to feel bad. That's when I knew I wasn't family. I was a resource. So I smiled, nodded and said, "Sure, I'll figure it out." But I was already planning my next move. And when the rent came due again, I vanished. The thing about disappearing is that you don't do it overnight. Not when you're like me, someone who spent years putting others first, trained to flinch at guilt trips and bend under pressure. I didn't even pack a suitcase right away. I just started pulling back quietly, carefully, like a man testing a rope to see how far it'll stretch before it snaps. First, I stopped offering. No more "I got it." When the internet bill showed up, no more spontaneous grocery runs or surprise takeout nights. I wanted to see what would happen if I just didn't. Would they step up? Would they even notice? Spoiler, they noticed, but not in the way I hoped. 3 days after that rent stunt, Lily came stomping into my room without knocking again and dropped her cracked phone in my lap. "Can you fix this? I need it for my interview tomorrow." I raised an eyebrow. "Interview?" She rolled her eyes. "Chill. It's just this receptionist job, but I need my phone working like now." I looked at the screen. She dropped it hard. Spiderweb cracks across the glass and the touchscreen barely responsive. It would cost $100 to fix, maybe more. I hesitated. "Lily," I said carefully, "I think maybe you should take it to a repair shop this time. I'm kind of tight on money right now." That one sentence. You'd think I'd slapped her. "Tight on money?" She scoffed. "Are you serious? You just got paid." I blinked. "How would you know that?" She didn't answer, just folded her arms and said, "Whatever. I'll ask Mom." She added, "You've been acting weird lately anyway." That night, I double-checked my bank account and noticed a few weird charges I didn't recognize, including a $76 Sephora transaction. I didn't even have to ask. The next morning, I confronted Mom in the kitchen. "Did you use my card again?" She didn't even look up from her crossword puzzle. "Oh, that? I thought you wouldn't mind." Lily needed some new skincare stuff, and I figured. She sighed like I was the one being difficult. "Joel, don't be dramatic. You always say we're a family. Family helps each other." That line, "family helps each other," that was their favorite phrase, their shield. They pulled it out every time I said no or hesitated or dared to draw a line. And every time I let it work, until now. I changed all my passwords that night. Not long after, I came home late from work to find the apartment a mess. Dishes stacked, takeout boxes everywhere, and Lily sprawled across the couch with some guy I didn't recognize. Loud music, open beer cans, laughter that stopped when I walked in. The guy stood, blinking. "You're the roommate?" Lily snorted. "He's not a roommate. He's my brother. Chill. He's harmless." Harmless. That word stayed with me as I stepped over the mess and locked myself in my room. She didn't even introduce me, just dismissed me like some awkward extra in her life. And Mom, she didn't say a word about the party, didn't even acknowledge the noise. The next morning, she asked if I could give Lily $50 for a new outfit because she has that interview soon. They were treating my apartment like a hotel. And me, I was the concierge. It got worse. I started getting warnings from the landlord, noise complaints, trash left in the hallway, unregistered guests coming and going at all hours. I tried talking to Lily about it, but she laughed and said, "Relax, Joel. This place is barely big enough to care. Besides, the landlord likes you." She wasn't wrong. I'd built a good rapport with him, paid on time, never caused trouble. So, I did something I never thought I'd do. I scheduled a private meeting with him. "Listen," I told him, "I need to talk lease options quietly." Mr. Patel was understanding. "Are you looking to move?" "Not exactly," I said. "I'm looking to make sure that when I go, they don't stay." That conversation planted the seed for what would come later. But back home, the mistreatment kept creeping in like mold in the walls. One morning, I found Mom going through my mail again. I'd already asked her not to, but she claimed it was just to keep things organized. She'd opened my tax documents. When I confronted her, she waved me off. "You never tell us anything, Joel." I didn't want any surprises. That line hit me sideways. Me not telling them anything? They knew where I was at all times. They tracked my income. They had my debit card info memorized. They asked nothing about how I felt, what I wanted, or whether I was okay. But heaven forbid I set a boundary. Suddenly, I was secretive and cold. Then came the birthday dinner. It was supposed to be a quiet thing, just the three of us. I offered to cook. I even splurged on steak and wine. But when I got home, the apartment was full of people. Lily had invited half her old college friends, and Mom was showing off like we were hosting a catered event. I stood there holding 2 bags of groceries as someone I didn't recognize asked me if I was the Uber Eats guy. "And my mom," she smiled and said, "Oh no, that's just Joel. He lives here. Just Joel." I cooked anyway. I smiled anyway. I served plates and cleaned dishes while strangers used my bathroom and drank my wine. No one thanked me. No one even looked at me twice. When it was over and the door finally closed, I sat at the edge of my bed and stared at the floor for a long time. Then I took out my laptop and booked something quietly, just for me. It was a short-term rental in another part of town. Furnished, no roommates, paid in full for 3 months. The countdown had started and they had no idea. It happened a week later. I was in the middle of another long shift. One of those mind-numbing 12-hour days where even the coffee tastes like stress. My phone buzzed in my pocket around 3 p.m. right as I was fixing a stubborn server issue for a law firm downtown. I ignored it. It buzzed again a few minutes later. Then again and again. Finally, on the 5th buzz, I excused myself, stepped into the stairwell, and checked the messages. There were over a dozen missed calls and texts from my bank. Suspicious activity, possible fraudulent charges. Confirm or deny. My heart dropped into my stomach. I swiped open my banking app and froze. Nearly $2,300 had been drained from my checking account in 2 big charges. One to a high-end electronics store, another to a boutique clothing site I'd never even heard of. I stood there blinking at the screen, my chest tightening. It didn't make sense. My debit card was still in my wallet. No way someone had physically stolen it. Unless I rushed home that night, adrenaline keeping me upright even as exhaustion tried to pull me down. When I stepped into the apartment, I found Lily and Mom sitting at the kitchen table sipping wine and laughing about something on TikTok. The TV was blaring. The lights were all on. Takeout boxes littered the counter. They didn't even look up when I walked in. I went straight to my room, shut the door, and checked my drawer. The emergency credit card and backup debit card I'd kept hidden gone. I stood there staring into the empty drawer, a strange ringing in my ears. It wasn't even locked. I stupidly thought I could trust them. 5 minutes later, I walked back into the kitchen, quiet and calm on the outside, but ready to boil over on the inside. "Did one of you use my cards?" Lily looked up, eyebrows raised like I was being unreasonable. "Oh, that? Chill. We were going to tell you." Mom didn't even blink. Lily needed a new laptop for that remote interview thing, and I found her a good deal. Plus, she didn't have a working card, so I figured. "You figured you'd steal from me?" Mom bristled. "Don't say it like that, Joel. You're blowing this way out of proportion." I laughed, not out of humor, but disbelief. "You spent $2,300 without asking me. You took my emergency card. You went through my room." "Oh, please," Lily interrupted, scoffing. "It's not like you're broke. You've been doing fine. What's your problem?" That's when I knew. They didn't feel bad. Not even a little. This wasn't an accident. This wasn't a misunderstanding. This was entitlement, naked and ugly. They saw me not as family, not as a person, but as a means to an end, a wallet, a lifeline, a tool. And now that I was starting to pull back, they were helping themselves anyway. I stared at them both, trying to hold back the storm building in my chest. "You know what the worst part is?" I said quietly. "It's not the money. It's the fact that you didn't even think I deserved to be asked." Mom rolled her eyes. "Joel, you're always so dramatic. This family has shared everything since day one. Your father. Don't bring Dad into this." I snapped, sharper than I intended. "Dad would never have done this to me." Silence. The air thickened. For a second, I thought I saw something flicker across Mom's face. Guilt, maybe, but it was gone in a flash, replaced by cold defiance. "You're acting like some martyr," she muttered. "We've been through so much, and all you do is count pennies like we're strangers." "You are strangers," I said. "I don't even recognize you anymore." And then I turned, walked back into my room, and closed the door behind me. I didn't cry. I didn't yell. I just sat down and pulled out the lease from my drawer, the one for the new place I'd already paid for. Move-in day was 3 days away. Originally, I planned to just disappear quietly, leave a note maybe, but now they'd made it personal. That night, I checked my phone obsessively for updates on the fraud report. Thankfully, the bank flagged the transactions quickly and began reversing the charges, but it would take days, maybe a week, to get the full refund. In the meantime, I was officially broke until payday because of them. I canceled all my cards, locked my credit, moved every login and PIN into a secure password manager, and I started packing quietly, one box at a time when they weren't looking. But just when I thought I'd reached the peak of betrayal, one more thing happened. Something worse than the money, worse than the lies. It was the final straw, the thing that would turn my quiet exit into something far more calculated. And it started with an email I wasn't supposed to see. It came in the middle of the night like most gut punches do. Couldn't sleep. The apartment felt too loud and too still at the same time. The kind of eerie silence that hums in your ears and won't let you forget you're alone, even with people down the hall. I was scrolling through my email out of habit, trying to clear out junk and unsubscribe from the endless flood of retail spam. That's when I saw it. A forwarded email from Lily. The subject line, "For Mom to use Joel's info." I opened it without thinking. Maybe some school thing, I told myself. Maybe it was old. Maybe. Nope. My name, my social, my date of birth, my employment history, all of it. It had been forwarded to a loan application email address. Not once, twice. I stared at the screen, frozen. My little sister and mother had used my identity, my personal information, to try to open a line of credit in my name. Twice. Both applications had failed, apparently because I'd already frozen my credit a few days prior after the stolen debit card fiasco. But if I hadn't, if I'd waited a week, they would have succeeded. My chest tightened. I felt sick, like the floor had dropped out beneath me and I was still falling. slow and cold and endless. They didn't just think I was their wallet. They thought I was their property. I didn't confront them. Not right away. Not anymore. What was the point? There were no more misunderstandings to clear up. No more chances to give. I was done speaking into the void, trying to reason with people who had already sold off their respect for me in exchange for convenience. But it hurt. God, it hurt. All that time I'd spent breaking my back to make sure they were okay. And this was how they thanked me? By trying to sink me deeper into a debt I hadn't asked for, hadn't agreed to, didn't even know about. I went to work the next morning in a fog. I couldn't focus. I stared at my screen while emails piled up and Slack notifications buzzed like angry flies. I missed meetings. I forgot lunch. My manager pulled me aside gently and asked if everything was all right. And I almost told him. I almost unloaded the whole truth onto this well-meaning stranger in a blazer who brought his dog to Zoom calls and always complimented people's backgrounds. But I didn't. I just nodded and said I was tired. That night, I sat on the edge of my bed and looked around the room. The same room I'd had since I was 23, where I'd taken care of my mother, paid for Lily's textbooks, covered her therapy bills, her dental work, her car repairs. All the little pieces of their lives that no one else wanted to deal with. My world had shrunk to this square box. And even here I was a guest in my own space. That's when I broke down. I didn't sob loudly. I didn't scream. I just sat there, silent tears running down my face as the weight of it all, the betrayal, the exhaustion, the years I'd wasted, settled on my shoulders like wet cement. And then after a while, I stood up, wiped my face, and got to work. I started gathering documents. Lease agreement for the new place, receipts from my last 10 rent payments, screenshots of the fraudulent credit application, the bank correspondence. I printed everything out and put it in a folder marked, "In case they fight." Not because I was planning a confrontation, but because I needed to be ready. For once, I wasn't going to leave anything to chance. I booked a moving van for early Sunday morning, 6 a.m. sharp, while they were still asleep. I packed everything I owned into boxes over the next 2 nights while pretending to just be cleaning out. Neither of them noticed or cared enough to ask. On Friday, I transferred my direct deposit to my new bank account, the one they didn't know about. I removed myself from every shared streaming service, utility account, and Amazon profile. I deleted my browsing history. I backed up my personal files. By Saturday night, all that remained were the clothes I'd wear out the door and the folder of evidence tucked under my arm. Mom came home late that night, a little tipsy, laughing about something Lily had said. They passed my door and didn't knock, didn't speak, just kept walking like I didn't exist. That was fine because by morning I wouldn't. But just before I went to bed for the final time in that apartment, I stood in the kitchen, looked at the space where I'd cooked hundreds of dinners, and took one last breath. I didn't feel angry anymore, just empty. And that emptiness, it was the first sign that I was finally letting go. What I didn't know was that in just 48 hours, everything would explode. And not just because I was gone. No, what came next was bigger, worse. Because when you spend years building someone else's comfort on top of your pain, and then you pull out the foundation quietly, they come crashing down all on their own. Sunday morning, the sky was still ink black when I closed the apartment door behind me for the last time. I didn't leave a note. I didn't send a message. I just left. The moving van driver didn't say much. Just a quiet nod and a "where to?" as we loaded up the boxes. By 7:30 a.m., everything I owned was stacked neatly in the living room of my new apartment. A small but clean one-bedroom on the edge of town with sunlight pouring through big windows and a kitchen I didn't have to share. It wasn't fancy, but it was mine. For the first time in nearly a decade, I stood in a space that wasn't drenched in guilt or obligation. I locked the door, took a long breath, and collapsed onto the floor in the middle of the empty living room. No one was yelling. No one was asking me to fix something. My phone wasn't buzzing with, "Hey, can you send $40?" texts. I could finally just exist. That same morning, I opened my laptop and started the final phase of my escape, cutting every remaining tie. First, I emailed the landlord of the old apartment, attaching a copy of my rental payment history. I politely informed him that effective immediately, I was vacating the premises and I would no longer be responsible for any damages or rent incurred after that date. I didn't name names. I didn't blame. I just removed myself from the lease and requested written confirmation. He replied within the hour. Understood. Thank you for your communication and consistency. Best of luck. Then I unfroze my credit briefly, filed an identity theft report, and submitted documentation to the credit bureaus and the FDC about the fraudulent loan applications, complete with the forwarded email from Lily. It wasn't revenge. It was just protection. The moment they tried again, they'd be flagged in every system. Lastly, I blocked their numbers. I knew that part would sting them more than anything else. Not the money, not the lease, not even the shock of me disappearing. It would be the silence. No more, "Hey Joel, can you?" texts. No more instant fixes. No more, "We're family, right?" loopholes to climb through. Just nothing. At first, I expected to feel guilt. But I didn't. What I felt was space, breathing room, a slow-growing calm that took root in the quiet. I got back to work that week with a focus I hadn't had in years. Projects that once dragged now flew by. My boss pulled me into a one-on-one on Friday and said, "I don't know what changed, but you're on fire this week." I smiled. Just got some distractions out of the way. That month, I finally started saying yes to things I always told myself I couldn't afford. Not because I was poor, but because I was too busy funding someone else's comfort. I got a gym membership, signed up for a cooking class, took a weekend trip to the mountains, read for pleasure again, slept in on Sundays, left my phone on Do Not Disturb, and took long walks without having to rush home to fix someone else's mess. By the end of the second month, I'd saved more than I had in the last year. I didn't realize just how much money I'd been bleeding, not just in bills and emergencies, but in death by 1,000 little withdrawals. Gas money, grocery top-ups, random shopping trips, unspoken expectations, all gone now. And with them went the constant gnawing anxiety in my chest. I started therapy again. Real therapy, not that I'll just Google my symptoms and read Reddit threads version I'd been surviving on for years. And during one of those early sessions, I said something I hadn't even realized I believed until the words left my mouth. I didn't leave them. I rescued myself. Because that's what it was, a rescue mission when I almost didn't survive. In the third month, things began to snowball in a way I never saw coming. One of my freelance clients, a cybersecurity startup I'd been doing odd jobs for, asked if I'd be open to a more permanent role. They were small but growing fast, and wanted someone who could juggle multiple roles, wear multiple hats. "We want someone with backbone," the founder said. "Someone who knows what it's like to be the go-to guy but doesn't let people take advantage of that." I laughed. "Yeah," I said. "I know that guy well." They offered me a hybrid role with flexible hours, a 30% pay bump over my current salary, and a small equity stake. I took it, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't just working to survive. I was building something for me. Every step away from them made my world wider. Every day without their noise sharpened my focus. I didn't post on social media. I didn't gloat. I didn't try to make anyone jealous. But one night, just for the sake of it, I Googled my own name and checked my credit report. The fraudulent loan inquiries were still visible. Marked, flagged, reported, failed. I smiled. Not because I wanted revenge, but because the system worked this time, because I worked, and because a storm was coming for them, not from me but from the world they were no longer shielded from. I had been the wall that kept the consequences out for years. Now I was gone. And as the weeks passed, the cracks began to show. I started getting texts from unfamiliar numbers. "Hey man, is this Joel? Your sister gave me your number about some money she owes." "Hi Joel, this is Stephanie. Your mom mentioned you'd be handling the payment for the event next week." Blocked, deleted, but the desperation was growing. Then, exactly 91 days after I walked out, I got the message I didn't expect. A single email from Lily. Subject line, "Why are you doing this to us?" And inside was a storm. I didn't respond to Lily's email right away. I read it 3 times, then closed my laptop and went for a walk. A long one, The kind you take when you're on the edge of something and need to feel the ground under your feet before you decide how to jump. The email was filled with a predictable cocktail of guilt-tripping and gaslighting. The classics. We've been worried sick. Mom cries every day. You abandoned your family. You're punishing us for one little mistake. And the final blow. We never even used the money. The loan didn't go through. Nothing actually happened. So why are you acting like it did? It was almost impressive the way she twisted the truth. Like their actions didn't count because they failed. Like attempted betrayal didn't matter if they weren't successful in the theft. But that wasn't what stuck with me. It was the sentence tucked quietly into the middle, almost like it was thrown in without thought. We've had to sell some of Mom's stuff just to keep the lights on. She even had to borrow from your old boss. That made me stop cold. My old boss. That could only mean one person, Mr. Dawson, the owner of the neighborhood tech shop where I'd worked part-time during college. He was a kind man in his 60s, semi-retired now, and not someone you'd ever ask for money unless you were truly desperate or manipulative enough to play the sympathy card. I hadn't spoken to him in years, but I still had his number. I gave it a day, then called him. "Joel," he answered, chipper as ever. "Been ages. What can I do for you?" Kept it light. "Hey, Mr. Dawson. I heard you might have been in touch with my mom recently. Just checking in. Everything okay?" There was a pause, a long one, then a sigh. "Joel, look, I didn't want to say anything, but yeah, your mother and sister came by the shop a couple weeks ago. Said they were trying to cover rent and groceries and that you'd had a breakdown, that you left suddenly and weren't working. Said you were in some kind of mental health spiral. They showed me an old photo of you. Said it was the most recent." My throat tightened and I asked, trying to keep my voice even, "How much?" "I loaned them $500, he said. "Only because they said it was just to get through the month and that you'd pay me back once you got back on your feet." I closed my eyes. "They used my name." He hesitated. "They did. I'm sorry, Joel. If I'd known." "No," I cut in. "It's not your fault. It's mine. I should have warned you." He paused again. "They said you were unstable, that you had episodes, that you'd been in and out of hospitals. That one hit like a hammer to the chest. They weren't just manipulating people now. They were rewriting who I was. That changed everything. This wasn't just about money anymore or mistreatment or old wounds. This was a calculated smear campaign, a way to discredit me to every person who might one day hear my side of the story. They were laying the groundwork to explain why I'd vanished and painting themselves as the victims while I was off playing the villain in their fairy tale. That night, I opened a new Google document titled The Ledger. Inside, I started chronicling everything. Dates, bank statements, emails, screenshots, texts. I documented every dollar I'd spent on them, every fraudulent attempt they made, every lie I could prove. Took days, but it was worth it. I wasn't going to use it immediately, but I was going to have it because power, I realized, doesn't always come from confrontation. Sometimes it comes from preparation. Meanwhile, things kept getting better for me. The startup job took off. The company landed a massive client, and I got pulled into more strategic work. I built internal tools, streamlined systems, and ended up getting my name mentioned in a board meeting, something I never thought would happen in a business with a dozen Ivy League resumes sitting at the table. By month 4, I had a raise. By month 5, I had my own direct reports, a small team under me. And by month 6, I was invited to speak on a panel at a regional tech summit. A big deal for someone like me. The guy who used to sneak dinner in at 11 p.m. after his second job, only to find the kitchen trashed and the leftovers eaten. I wore a proper suit, got a fresh haircut, walked on stage to warm applause. And after my session, I lingered by the refreshment table, just taking it all in. That's when I saw a familiar face across the room. A woman from my old neighborhood. She used to go to church with my mom. She blinked when she saw me, then lit up with recognition. "Joel, my goodness. I almost didn't recognize you. You look amazing." We exchanged small talk. She asked what I was doing now, where I was living. I gave polite but vague answers. Then she tilted her head and said, "You know, your mom said you'd moved away for, recovery. I'm so glad to see you're doing better." "Recovery?" I smiled politely. Yeah, I heard she was telling people that. She hesitated. Is it not true? I looked her in the eye steady. No, but I appreciate the concern. She seemed confused but nodded. Later that night, I opened the ledger again and updated it because now I knew the full scope. They weren't just taking my money, they were taking my reputation. Slowly, piece by piece, reshaping my image into something they could manipulate and pity. But the best part, they'd left a trail. And when the time was right, I'd use every last piece of it. Not just to reclaim my name, but to expose them for exactly what they were. Not victims, not struggling family, but users. And soon, the world would see them that way, too. The moment came sooner than I expected. Started with a voicemail, garbled, frantic, and 2 minutes long. It was Mom, barely holding it together. Her voice a mixture of fake sweetness and strained desperation. Joel, honey, please call me back. I know you're still upset, but things have gotten out of hand. We need to talk. It's not about money. Well, maybe a little, but it's serious this time. Lily's in a bit of a mess, and she could really use your help. Just please don't ignore this. I didn't call back. Instead, I poured a cup of coffee, sat at my desk, and opened the ledger. By now, it was a masterpiece. Over 50 pages, cleanly formatted with timelines, evidence, screenshots, and even footnotes. I had bank statements, notarized affidavits from my old landlord and Mr. Dawson, fraudulent application screenshots, and records of every single bill, transfer, and message from the past 2 years. And on top of that, I had connections now, small ones, sure, but useful. Like Emma, the head of communications at my company. We'd struck up a solid friendship at the tech summit after she heard my story and asked about the funny family anecdotes I shared in my panel talk. I'd kept it vague then, but after a few after-work drinks weeks later, I told her the real version, the unfiltered one. She didn't just listen. She offered help. You ever need to get your side of the story out, she said. Let me know. I've got people in media, local outlets, podcast circles, real storytellers. I hadn't needed it then, but now I was ready. Because revenge, real revenge, isn't just about making someone hurt. It's about making the truth undeniable. It's about taking control of your own narrative. I started with the bank fraud report follow-up. I updated my claim, adding the most recent evidence, the forwarded emails, the admission in Lily's messages, and the identity theft attempt. The investigator thanked me for the thorough documentation and said it would speed up prosecution if they pursued charges. Then I contacted my old landlord. I asked him politely and professionally to confirm in writing that I'd left the lease months ago and that any damages or unpaid rent that occurred after my departure were not my responsibility. He obliged. I included the letter in the growing archive. Finally, I uploaded a redacted version of the ledger to a password-protected cloud drive and I shared it with 5 people. Mr. Dawson, Emma, my current boss, a legal aid contact I'd met through my job's HR benefits, and most importantly, Lily's last known employer, a small marketing firm I tracked down via her half-baked LinkedIn page. She'd apparently used me as a reference, claimed I was her mentor. So, I called the company, asked to speak with HR, and told them I was uncomfortable being listed as a reference by someone who had recently attempted to commit identity fraud in my name. I didn't give them the whole story, just enough for them to raise an eyebrow. I sent the link to the document and advised them to make their own decision. Within 48 hours, Lily was fired. How do I know? Because Mom showed up to my new apartment. Yes, showed up on my doorstep, eyes puffy, hair disheveled, looking like she hadn't slept in days. I don't know how she got the address. Probably through one of the few mutuals we still had on social media. I'd underestimated her willingness to dig. I didn't open the door. I watched through the peephole as she knocked, then banged, then begged. Joel, we need to talk. You've gone too far. You're ruining her life. You're tearing apart this family. Why are you doing this? She said that over and over. Why are you doing this to us? And that was the moment I knew I'd won, because they still didn't get it. I wasn't doing anything to them. I was finally refusing to carry them. That afternoon, I sent out a final email blast. Not dramatic, not angry, just firm, factual, and calm. I titled it, For the Record, In it, I outlined everything. The years of financial dependency, the identity theft, the lies they'd spread, the money stolen from friends and connections. I didn't embellish. I didn't rant. I just told the truth with footnotes and evidence to back every word. I sent it to my former landlord, Mr. Dawson, our extended relatives, the few who still believed their stories, her old college advisor, and every person they'd conned money out of using my name. And of course, Mom and Lily themselves. I ended the message with one simple line. You lost access to me the moment you decided I was easier to exploit than to love. I won't be reaching out again. Please do not contact me. Then I turned off my phone. The fallout was swift. Friends messaged me in disbelief. Some apologized for believing their lies. Others sent words of support. Mr. Dawson called just to say, "I'm proud of you, kid." My boss pulled me aside later that week and asked if I needed time off. I didn't, because the funny thing about revenge, once it's done right, once it's clean and final, you don't feel the fire anymore. You feel peace. As for them, I heard through whispers and back channels that Lily tried to apply for another job. But her reference list had suddenly dried up. She moved back in with Mom, who was behind on rent again. The social circle they'd clung to started shrinking. People stopped replying. They became whisperers in the places they used to dominate. No big blow-up, no courtroom drama, just the slow, quiet erosion of reputation. The kind you can't undo, the kind that follows you. And me? I was free. But there was one more moment left. One last card I hadn't played. And it would come not from me, but from someone they never expected. It happened 6 weeks after I sent the final email. I'd almost forgotten about it. Life had settled into something quiet, stable, and for the first time, mine. I was finishing a project at work when I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. Normally, I'd ignore it, but something told me to pick up. "Is this Joel Turner?" A calm, official voice asked. "Yes, this is Officer Delaney with the Financial Crimes Division. We're following up on a report you filed several months ago regarding identity theft and attempted loan fraud. We've concluded the investigation. Charges are being filed." My breath caught. "They used your information on multiple applications," he continued. "We also found attempts to impersonate you during 2 rental applications. Your documentation was thorough, and to be honest, it's part of what made this possible. We'll be issuing subpoenas shortly. Thank you for cooperating." I thanked him, hung up, and sat there stunned. That was it. It was real now. Within a week, Lily and Mom were both served. I didn't have to be there. I didn't want to be. I had no interest in seeing their faces or hearing their excuses. But I read the court summary when it was posted online. Fraudulent use of identity, attempted credit manipulation, defamation by impersonation. Lily pled no contest. Mom tried to fight it, claimed it was all a misunderstanding, that she didn't know what she was doing. The judge didn't buy it. They were both hit with fines, court fees, and most importantly, a formal flag on their credit reports. Future employers would see it. Landlords, lenders, anyone they try to take advantage of next. I didn't cheer. I didn't gloat, but I did feel something click into place, like the last piece of a puzzle I'd been staring at too long. Not justice, but clarity. A few days later, I got one last message. A letter, handwritten, no return address, but I recognized the handwriting immediately. Mom's. The envelope was crumpled like it had been stuffed into a bag and reconsidered a dozen times before being sent. Inside was a single page. "Joel, I don't know what to say. I wish things had been different. I wish you could forgive me. I don't blame you for anything that's happened. We're struggling. Lily's not doing well. I know you probably hate me, but I still think about you every day. Love, Mom." There was no apology, just regret wrapped in manipulation, sealed with shame. I folded the letter once, set it on the table beside my morning coffee, and stared at it in silence. Then I fed it into the shredder. Because the truth is, I didn't hate them. Not anymore. I just stopped believing they deserved a seat at my table. And as I sat by my window, watching the sunlight stretch across my new life, the life I'd built with no strings, no guilt, no leeches, I realized something simple, something freeing. Sometimes peace isn't the absence of pain. Sometimes it's the absence of the people who caused it. Now on to the next story. Story 5. My name's Liam. I'm 31. And if there's one thing I've learned about family, it's that they'll cheer for you the loudest, unless your success makes them uncomfortable. I never went the traditional route. While most of my cousins were off at university studying law or medicine or whatever would earn them a LinkedIn badge and a parental bragging right, I was holed up in my childhood bedroom building an e-commerce brand out of thin air. At first, it was just selling custom phone cases, then t-shirts. Then it snowballed. While they were submitting resumes and praying for internships, I was filing taxes for an LLC and managing 6 figures in inventory. But to my extended family, I was still between jobs. That's how my mom described it. That's how I was introduced at weddings and reunions. This is Liam. He's figuring things out. As if my business wasn't real until someone in a suit said it was. The graduation party that broke the camel's back was for my cousin Molly. She was 23, freshly graduated from some prestigious university with a degree in international relations, and the golden girl of the family. You know the type. Class president, speaks 3 languages, volunteers at shelters, somehow manages to look like a Disney princess in every photo. I never had a problem with her growing up. To be honest, we were civil, not close but not hostile either. But Molly always had this air about her like she expected the world to applaud after every sentence. Her parents, my aunt and uncle, fueled it. Every little achievement came with a party, a framed certificate, a group text, and a Facebook album with a name like Mallory's Big Moment. When I got the invitation to her graduation party, I already knew what to expect. A catered backyard event at their place in the suburbs, probably with string lights, champagne, and an overpriced tent rental. What I didn't expect was the role I'd be given when I arrived. I pulled up a little early to avoid the usual chaos, only to be immediately intercepted by Aunt Cara, Mallory's mom, waving a fluorescent vest like I just clocked in for a shift. "Oh, perfect. Liam, we were hoping you could help with the parking situation. We've got cars backing up down the street." "No, hello. No, thanks for coming. Just a vest, a walkie-talkie, and a pat on the back like I was some college freshman working valet on the weekends." I blinked at her. "I'm not working the party, Cara. I came to celebrate." She laughed like I'd made a joke. "Just help us out for an hour or so. You're good with logistics, right? Your little online thing." I should have walked away then. I should have handed her the vest and said no. But something in me, probably that cursed family loyalty, made me take it. I spent the first 90 minutes of that party waving SUVs into grass patches and helping elderly relatives shuffle their walkers over uneven ground. No one relieved me. No one brought me a drink. When I finally sat down at one of the fold-out tables near the back, sweaty and dust-covered, the actual celebration was already in full swing. There was a massive banner stretched across the yard. "Congrats, Molly," in glittery gold. A red bow was tied around the driveway gate, which had apparently been hiding a brand new Kia Soul. Guests were crowded around the cake table, sipping drinks and eating. I got a half-hearted wave from my mom, who was seated front and center like she'd raised Molly herself. I spotted my name scrolled on a paper place card shoved behind a decorative fern near the buffet line, far from the main tables. Molly was glowing. She wore a white dress that caught the light with every movement, and she floated from table to table like she was running for office. At one point, a microphone was passed to her, and she tapped it dramatically before giving a little giggle. "I just want to thank everyone for coming," she began, holding her champagne flute high. "It means so much to be surrounded by people who value hard work and real education, especially in a time where it's so easy to get distracted by online hobbies." She smiled directly at me. The pause was intentional. The delivery razor-sharp and the reaction laughter. Actual laughter. My uncle snorted. My cousin Jason spit out a sip of his drink. Even my mom gave a tight, embarrassed smile like she'd been caught trying not to laugh, but couldn't help herself. I felt the heat rise up my neck. I stared at the condensation dripping down my untouched drink, willing myself not to react. "Not yet," Molly continued, oblivious or maybe just bold. "Some of us spent 4 years earning a degree that actually means something." "Sorry, not sorry." More laughter. She clinked glasses with a few nearby guests and handed the mic back like a drop-the-mic moment from a teen drama. My mom looked over at me finally, gave a little shrug, and mouthed, "She didn't mean it. The thing is, I didn't care about the car. I didn't care about the banner or the speech or the fact that every single photo being snapped had me cropped out in the background, standing near the hedge like a forgotten waiter. What stung was the years of quiet dismissals, the smirks when I tried to explain my work, the way my own mother would breeze past my updates to talk about which of Mallory's professors used to work in the State Department. But in that moment, sitting there with dust on my sneakers and a drink in my hand, something inside me shifted. I waited until the last toast had been made, until the clapping died down and people began migrating toward the dance floor where a Bluetooth speaker played top 40 hits. I stood, brushed off my pants, and made my way up to the main table where Molly and her friends were posing for photos beside the car, still high off applause. "Hey, Molly," I said casually, loud enough for the nearby crowd to hear. She turned mid-laugh, clearly not expecting me to speak. "Yeah?" she asked, eyes narrowed. I lifted my glass and smiled. "Just wanted to say, congrats. It really must feel great knowing your degree got you here. And it's awesome that your family supports you so much." I took a long sip. My little online hobby just cleared $1.2 million this year. "But hey, nice Kia." Silence. Mallory's smile froze. Someone behind her dropped a fork. My uncle's mouth fell open. My mom blinked twice like she couldn't process the words. I didn't wait for their reactions to settle. I just nodded, turned on my heel, and walked off toward the gate. The last thing I heard was someone whisper, "Wait, what did he say?" And I had no intention of sticking around for what came next. As I walked down the gravel driveway toward my car, I could feel all the stairs drilling into my back like heat lamps. I didn't turn around. I didn't need to. I played my part. I'd said what I needed to say, and I knew that little mic drop moment would ripple through the party like a pebble in still water. The thing is, I hadn't planned to say anything. I really hadn't. But years of being the family's quiet afterthought, the one who got the short end of the conversation and the long list of favors, had finally stacked up. And Mallory's smug little jab, that was the final straw. When I slid into my car and pulled out, no one came chasing after me. Not yet. But by the time I got home, parked in front of my place, a sleek 3-bedroom house I bought outright last year, my phone had already begun buzzing. First came the texts. One from my mom that was uncalled for. "Liam, you embarrassed the whole family." Followed immediately by another. "We'll talk later. Please don't make a big deal out of this." Then from Aunt Cara. Was that really necessary? Molly worked hard for her degree. You're not the only one with accomplishments. I didn't reply. I powered down my phone, tossed it on the kitchen counter, and let the silence of my house wash over me. That night, I slept better than I had in months. The fallout came in waves over the next few days. Monday morning, I opened my business email to find 3 new interview requests. Apparently, one of Mallory's guests had looked up my company after the party and was beyond impressed with what we'd built. Built, not fell into, not your little online thing. That word meant something to me. A month ago, I might have passed the requests off to my assistant, but now I took the calls myself. For once, I wanted people to hear my story. Tuesday evening, my mom showed up at my door. She didn't text first, just rang the bell. Holding a Tupperware container like this was still 2006, and I was a college kid who needed lasagna and life advice. I opened the door slowly. "Hey," she said a bit too softly. "I brought dinner." I stepped aside, motioning her in. She hovered in the entryway, scanning the living room like she was seeing it for the first time. The minimalist furniture, the local art pieces, the smart lighting. All of it screaming success in a language she'd never really bothered to learn. "You've done well for yourself," she said finally. "Yeah," I said. "I have." She set the Tupperware on the counter inside. "You embarrassed Molly and the whole family. She's devastated." I folded my arms, leaning against the kitchen island. "Mom," she mocked me publicly. "I didn't start anything. I finished it." "But $1.2 million? She said it like it was a sin, like saying it aloud might summon some IRS demon. It's the truth. She paused, jaw tight. Why didn't you ever tell me? I laughed, not unkindly. I did. You just never wanted to hear it. You like the version of me that needed help. That fit into your little narrative. Liam the dropout, the one still figuring things out. You could pity me, but I stopped needing that a long time ago. She sat down heavily like my words knocked the wind out of her. I wasn't trying to pity you, she said quietly. No? I asked. Then why was it always Mallory so driven? And I was just the kid who makes stickers in his room. She didn't have an answer for that. Instead, she said, Mallory's looking for a job, you know? Nothing's come through yet. I smiled tightly. So, the real degree didn't open every door after all? That earned me a scowl. Don't be cruel. I'm not. I'm just tired of pretending I haven't earned my place in this family. She stood up, brushing invisible crumbs off her blouse. She wants to apologize, she mumbled. Does she? I raised an eyebrow. She said she went too far. I didn't reply because I didn't believe it. Not yet. Later that night, I checked my phone for the first time since Saturday. A text from Mallory sat there unread. Hey, about the party. I shouldn't have said what I said. That was messed up. Can we talk? I stared at it for a long time. Not because I was unsure of what to do, but because the power dynamic had shifted. And suddenly, everyone knew it. For years, they thought I was the guy scraping by with Wi-Fi and a dream. No, I was the guy who built an empire while they weren't looking. But the real moment things truly spiraled came the following weekend. Aunt Cara called me directly. No warning, just a voicemail. Liam, I need to talk to you about something important. We've run into a bit of a financial situation. I didn't want to bring this up, but your uncle's hours got cut, and the lease on Mallory's new car isn't exactly manageable. I know things got tense, but we're still family, right? That's when it clicked. They weren't just embarrassed. They wanted something. I played the voicemail twice, not because I needed to hear what she said again, but because I couldn't believe how quickly the tone had changed. Just days earlier, I'd been the family joke in a vest, waving cars into grass patches. Now I was the emergency exit. I didn't call Aunt Cara back right away. I didn't even respond. I let it sit, let her wonder if I'd heard it, let the discomfort grow. I knew this pattern. It was familiar. First the mockery, then the silence, then the sudden warmth and "we're still family" line as soon as they needed a favor. And make no mistake, this was a favor. An expensive one. I sat down at my kitchen table, opened my laptop, and pulled up Mallory's Instagram. She'd posted a carousel of pictures from the party. The banner, the speeches, the keys to her new car, captioned with "to new beginnings and real work that makes a difference." Right? Real work. That phrase again. I scrolled through the comments. Dozens of likes from extended family members, friends, old classmates. A few of them tagged her saying how inspiring she was. One of them even commented, "Can't wait to work with you at the embassy." That made me smirk. I knew for a fact Mallory hadn't landed a single job offer yet. Not because she told me, but because my mom had accidentally let it slip while she was half defending her in my kitchen. The girl who toasted to real degrees and mocked online hobbies was now 3 months into post-grad unemployment and clearly sweating it. Still, I wasn't planning on doing anything. I wasn't out for blood. Not yet. But then came the second call. This one was from my uncle. Liam, hey, just wanted to clear the air. But you know we love you. Always have. That whole party thing, just some playful teasing. Mallory's got a sharp sense of humor, huh? Takes after her dad. He chuckled awkwardly. Anyway, look about that lease. Cara mentioned she left you a message. We're just a little tight this month. Would really mean a lot if you could float us the first couple payments just to keep things smooth while Mallory settles in. I mean, you did say your business was doing well, right? I sat there in stunned silence, holding my phone like it was a live grenade. The audacity was almost artistic. Not a single mention of the years I'd spent quietly footing bills for birthday gifts, holiday dinners, or family emergencies, while they offered me folding chairs and backhanded compliments. Not a single acknowledgement that what Mallory said was cruel. Not teasing. Not playful. Not just a joke. No apology. Just more entitlement. Just more of the same. That's when I opened the spreadsheet. The one I'd kept for years. Not obsessively, just methodically. Every dollar I'd ever lent or spent on this family. From the $300 I gave Jason for textbooks, he never paid back to the $2,000 I floated Kara and her husband when their roof started leaking 2 winters ago. Every favor I'd been guilted into. Every bill I paid quietly just to keep the peace. The grand total, $42,860. $42,860. Not counting interest, not counting emotional labor, not counting the way they made me feel like a glorified piggy bank with no real accomplishments. I stared at the number for a long time. Then I took a deep breath and started drafting a message to Mallory. Hey, got your text. Been thinking about it. Appreciate the apology, but I've been thinking maybe it's time for some clarity for everyone's sake. You're right, by the way. You did work hard. I just don't think that justifies mocking other people's success, especially when you don't fully understand it. But more than that, I'm realizing that I've spent years investing in this family financially and emotionally, and all I've really gotten in return is dismissiveness. I'm not angry, but I'm done playing the role of the invisible ATM. I wish you luck on the job hunt. Really. But I won't be covering the car or anything else going forward. I read it twice. No venom, no gloating, just a line in the sand. Then I sent a version of that message to my uncle, my aunt, and more delicately to my mom. She called instantly. Liam, wait, can we talk about this? You can't just, yes. I interrupted calm and clear. I can. And I just did. There was a pause on the other end of the line. For the first time, she didn't have a script. Didn't know what to say. Did you really make over $1 million last year? She asked, her voice low. Yes. How? You never asked. Another long silence. What do you want us to do? She asked. And that question sat with me for a moment. Because that was the thing, wasn't it? I didn't want them to do anything. I just wanted them to stop expecting me to do everything. I ended the call without another word. Not out of spite, but because for once I didn't owe anyone a performance. The mask was off, the bank was closed, and the joke of the family had finally spoken. Mallory didn't respond to my message for 2 days. I figured she was either stewing, crafting some farcical reply, or too embarrassed to say anything at all. Honestly, I didn't care. I said my piece. The weight that had been pressing on my chest for years, the guilt, the obligation, the constant feeling of being seen but never valued was finally gone. For the first time in forever, I felt light. Then on the 3rd day, I got a calendar invite. Subject, coffee. From Mallory Summers. Time, Saturday, 10 a.m. Location, Cafe Alder, downtown. I stared at it for a while, debating whether to decline, but part of me was curious. I accepted, not because I expected some heartfelt apology, but because I wanted to look her in the eye and see what, if anything, was real underneath all that polished superiority. Saturday morning rolled around, gray and rainy. Fitting, I thought. I arrived 10 minutes early and ordered a black coffee. No frills, no distractions. She walked in 5 minutes late, wearing a cream blazer, heels, and a face full of carefully curated humility. Even in a downpour, Mallory dressed like someone who expected a spotlight. Liam, she said with a small smile, sliding into the seat across from me. Thanks for coming. Didn't think you'd show, I replied calmly. Neither did I, she admitted. But here we are. We sat in silence for a beat. She stirred her latte like it was an art project. I read your message, she finally said. Twice. Okay. And, you're right. I raised an eyebrow. I was awful, she continued. Not just at the party. For years, I made fun of your work because I didn't understand it and because, if I'm being honest, I was jealous. That caught me off guard. Jealous? I echoed. Yeah, she said, not meeting my eyes. You found your thing. You made it work. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here with a shiny degree, 0 job offers, and a car my parents can't afford. That joke I made at the party. It was less about you and more about me trying to feel better about where I'm at. I let her words settle. I didn't rush to forgive. I wasn't even sure I wanted to. I appreciate you saying that, I said, slow and deliberate. But that doesn't undo years of jabs, of being treated like I was less than by everyone, including my own mother. I know, she whispered. That's on me and them. All of us. I nodded, fixed on the rain sliding down the window beside us. Why did you really ask me here, Mallory? She bit her lip. Not for money. I swear. Good. Because that door is closed. She nodded quickly. I know. I didn't come to ask for help. I wanted to own it publicly. I looked at her, confused. Publicly? That's when she reached into her bag and pulled out her phone. She opened her Instagram app, turned the screen toward me, and hit record on a story. Hi, everyone, she said, smiling awkwardly into the camera. So, this is a little uncomfortable, but it's time I say something. At my graduation party last week, I made a pretty nasty comment about online businesses and people who work outside the traditional system. It was petty, cruel, and frankly, completely inaccurate. My cousin Liam is one of the most driven, successful people I know. He built his business from scratch with no handouts and no shortcuts, and I publicly belittled him for it. That's on me, and I'm sorry not just to him but to anyone I influenced with that attitude. Real success doesn't come with a diploma. Comes with effort. And Liam, if you're watching this, thank you for calling me out. I needed it. She stopped the video, posted it without hesitation, and slid the phone back into her purse. I blinked. That was unexpected. She shrugged. I deserve to be embarrassed. You were for years. It's only fair. For the first time in a long time, I saw her not as Mallory the Golden Girl, but just a young woman trying to untangle herself from the image her family built around her, and maybe from the one she built around herself. You're lucky I'm not a petty man, I said with a small smile. She smirked. Don't push it. We talked for another hour. Not about money or careers or family politics, just about life, travel, books, the little things we'd never shared because we were always too busy competing or avoiding each other. When we finally stood up to leave, she hugged me. Not a half-pat on the back hug, but a real one. A quiet one. The kind that says, I get it now. A week later, my mom called. You saw the video? She asked hesitantly. I did. She didn't even tell us she was posting it. She didn't need to. I'm proud of you, she said, voice thick with something close to guilt. And I'm sorry for how I talked about your work. For not listening. For not asking. I didn't gloat. I didn't say, finally. I just said, thank you. The next family event came a month later. It was a 4th of July cookout at Uncle Rob's house. I showed up in jeans and a polo, same as always. But this time, I didn't get handed a vest or asked to fix the ice machine. Instead, Mallory walked over, handed me a plate loaded with food, and said, You're sitting with me. And I did. There was no speech, no banner, no toast. Just laughter, stories, and a weird sense of balance I hadn't felt in years. When someone asked what I did for a living, Mallory was the one who jumped in. He runs a multi-figure brand online. It's actually insane. You should see his setup. The silence that followed was beautiful. No snorts, no smirks, just impressed nods and follow-up questions. I answered a few, smiled politely, and kept the rest to myself because now they wanted to know. And for once, I didn't need them to. The Kia was eventually returned. Mallory took a job at a nonprofit doing real work that mattered to her, not her parents. Aunt Cara and Uncle Rob stopped calling me for handouts. My mom still doesn't understand everything I do, but now she brags about me like I invented the internet. I still keep that spreadsheet, not out of bitterness, but as a reminder of where I came from and what I no longer owe. They say success is the best revenge. I say clarity is better in silence. After all, that noise is the sweetest sound of all. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My name's Adrian. I'm 34 and I've been the designated fixer in my family since I was old enough to understand what that word meant. You know the type. The one who quietly steps in with a checkbook when things go wrong, who smooths over fights, who always shows up even when nobody else does. I've spent years filling that role, not because I wanted praise or recognition, but because I honestly believe that's what family did. You supported each other even when it wasn't convenient. Especially then. That belief stuck with me even after years of being the afterthought, the +1 in every family photo squeezed in on the edge, half cropped out, while my younger sister, Emily, stood dead center, flanked by Mom and Dad like she was the sun we all revolved around. Emily's the golden child. Always has been. Ever since she was little, the family narrative orbited around her milestones. Her ballet recital, her grades, her college acceptances, her relationships. When she got engaged to Jordan, a guy from an old money family with a last name that carried weight in their social circles, it was like a coronation. Suddenly, everything became about impressing his side. My mom was over the moon. She talked about connections, about how this wedding would be a statement, about how we needed to show that our family could keep up. I mostly stayed quiet, nodding when asked, helping where I could. I didn't see the point in making waves. I was the first one Emily called when the engagement was official. Not to gush, not to ask me to be in the wedding party, but because she needed help with the deposit for the venue. "It's just to lock in the date," she said. "Jordan's parents are covering the rest. You'll get it back." She didn't ask if I was okay with it. She knew I had the money. I always had the money. And like a fool, I wired her $8,000 that same night. Then came the catering, a last-minute change. Apparently, the initial vendor wasn't elevated enough. She called me at 10 p.m. crying, saying Jordan's mom had threatened to move the whole thing to a country club if the food didn't match their standards. I covered the difference. Another $4,500. Then the photographer, then the florist, then the audio setup for the ceremony, something about string quartets needing special mics. Piece by piece, the wedding started to look more like a royal gala than anything Emily could have dreamed up on her own. And I kept paying. I didn't even question it until I caught Mom bragging on a family group call. She was going on about how lucky Emily was that Jordan's family was so generous, how they really came through, and how she couldn't believe what an incredible gift they were giving her daughter. I waited for someone to mention my name. They didn't. I said nothing. That silence became a pattern. I wasn't invited to the tasting or the dress fitting or the rehearsal dinner plans. When I asked, Mom gave me vague answers. "Oh, it's just for the immediate families," she said once. Another time, "You wouldn't enjoy these things, Adrian. It's all frilly nonsense." I told myself I didn't care. I wasn't in it for the praise. But still, it stung. Then, 2 weeks before the wedding, I got a text. Not a call, not a conversation, just a flat, clinical message from my mom. "You're not coming to the wedding. Emily's in-laws think it's best if you sit this one out. No hard feelings." I stared at my phone for a full minute before it registered. I thought it was a joke, some weird, tone-deaf way of saying I didn't need to wear a suit or something. But no, I called her. Straight to voicemail. I called Emily. Same. I texted both of them. Nothing. 3 hours later, I got a follow-up from Mom. "Please respect their wishes. It's not personal. Not personal." I sat in the dark for a while after that, phone still in hand, thinking about every dollar I'd sent, every event I'd been excluded from, every time I'd swallowed that little voice in my head whispering that something wasn't right. I remembered the first time Emily borrowed money from me. She was 20 and late on rent. I didn't even blink. Or the time our dad needed a new water heater and I paid for it because the check from his seasonal job hadn't come in yet. I thought about all the birthdays I spent alone because they were busy or traveling or just forgot. And I remembered the voicemail from my aunt last year, the one where she said, "You really hold this family together. You know that?" Funny. I wasn't even good enough for the background of a photo. Now, I replied to the text, "Copy that." That's all I said. No argument, no guilt, no begging for inclusion, just quiet agreement. And then I went on my laptop. The first thing I did was call the venue. The reservation was in my name. I'd been the one to sign the contract and make the deposit. I asked them what would happen if I canceled. They were polite, if a bit confused. "You're well within the window," they said. "There'd be a partial refund, but the date would be released immediately." I canceled it. Next, the caterer. Same situation. They had my card on file, my signature. I asked for the cancellation terms. I got a partial refund there, too. Photographer? Gone. DJ? Done. Florist? They were actually relieved. Apparently, Emily had been tweaking the arrangements every other day, and they were starting to lose patience. By the time I was finished, everything they thought was locked in had vanished. But I didn't tell them. I didn't say a word. I just let the silence stretch. A few days passed. Then a week. The wedding was set for Saturday. I knew they'd find out eventually, just not from me. I figured they'd either be too distracted to notice or too arrogant to imagine that I'd actually walk away. That's the thing about being the reliable one. People assume you'll keep showing up no matter how many times they shut the door in your face. The silence was almost peaceful until the day of the wedding. That morning, I went for a walk, left my phone behind. No news, no social media, just the sound of leaves crunching under my feet and the distant hum of traffic. I took my time getting back. I wanted the distance. I wanted the space between me and whatever chaos was unraveling, because I knew that somewhere right about now, guests were arriving to a locked venue with no chairs, no food, no music, no flowers. I imagined Jordan's mother pacing, Emily crying, my mom trying to reach me, her voice tight with rage and desperation. When I finally got home, my phone was vibrating off the counter. 67 missed calls, 43 texts, 6 voicemails. The top message was from my mom. Adrian, what did you do? People are showing up and nothing is here. The venue is locked. There's no food. No one is answering. Call me. Below that, Emily texted, this isn't funny. Fix this. Then Jordan, my parents are livid. You better hope I don't see you today. I didn't respond to any of them. I just sat down on the edge of my bed, staring at the flurry of notifications like they were written in a different language. All that urgency, all that sudden concern. Where had that energy been when I was politely being told I wasn't welcome at my own sister's wedding? The first voicemail was my mom again, panicked. She sounded like she was pacing while leaving it. Adrian, I don't know what you think you're doing, but this is not okay. People flew in for this. Do you understand how bad this looks? We need you to call the venue now. The second was Emily, her voice trembling with barely contained fury. I cannot believe you would do this to me after everything I've done for you. You're ruining the most important day of my life. This is disgusting, Adrian. I almost laughed. Everything she's done for me. My thumb hovered over the next voicemail, but I didn't press play. I had a feeling it would be the same guilt, outrage, attempts to twist the situation around like I was the villain for not quietly funding the entire fantasy and then vanishing like a good little ATM. But I wasn't angry anymore. That was the strange part. For the first time in years, I felt light, calm, like a weight had finally been set down after years of carrying it around on my back. This wasn't about money, not really. It was about being treated like a human being with boundaries, with feelings, with value beyond my bank account. I made myself a cup of coffee and took it out to the small balcony of my apartment. The sun was high, the air sharp and clear. I could hear distant traffic, the quiet bustle of a Saturday that for most people was just another day. For me, it felt like a reset. At noon, the calls started up again. The guest list must have reached the venue by then, and the full scope of the disaster had finally landed. A few people I hadn't spoken to in years messaged me, mostly cousins and extended family. Some asked what was going on, others demanded explanations. One or two even accused me of ruining Emily's life. But then came a message from my Aunt Carla, my dad's sister, one of the few people who'd always treated me with kindness. Her message just said, I heard what happened. I'm so sorry they treated you that way. If you need anything, I'm here. That was the only one I answered. By late afternoon, things were unraveling publicly. Photos started surfacing online. Guests in suits and cocktail dresses standing outside a locked venue. Someone had snapped a shot of the closed for private event sign still taped to the gate, untouched. Another had taken a video of Jordan arguing with what looked like a parking attendant. There was no food truck, no decorations, no music, just confusion and growing frustration. A friend from high school I hadn't spoken to in ages messaged me a link to a Facebook post from one of Jordan's relatives. It was a long, angry rant about entitled families, about how some people clearly can't handle hosting a real wedding and how certain people had sabotaged a beautiful day because they couldn't stand not being the center of attention. I didn't even bother replying. Let them build whatever story they needed to feel righteous. But then, around 5:12 p.m., my phone rang again. This time I answered. It was Mom. "Adrian," she said, her voice thin and hoarse. "We need to talk." There was no warmth in her tone, just urgency, maybe even desperation. I stayed quiet. "We're at the hotel now," she continued. "Emily is hysterical. Jordan's parents are furious. This is a disaster. You can't just vanish and leave us like this. Why would you do something so cruel?" I exhaled slowly, gripping the phone tighter than I needed to. "You said I wasn't invited," I said calmly. "I respected that." "That's not what I meant," she snapped. "You knew this wasn't personal." "It was personal to me." There was a pause, a long one. I could hear muffled voices in the background. Maybe Emily shouting, maybe someone crying. Then Mom said, "You didn't have to destroy everything." "I didn't destroy anything," I replied. "I just stopped paying for it." Another silence. Then, almost in a whisper, "Adrian, they think you did this to punish her." I let that hang in the air for a moment. "No," I said. "This was me finally choosing myself." She started to respond, but I cut her off. "Mom, I didn't say anything when you left me out of everything. Not the tasting, not the rehearsal dinner, not even a seat at the wedding. I gave money. I gave time. I gave support. And in return, I got a text telling me I was an inconvenience to be removed. That wasn't me. You signed your name to it." She fell quiet again. "You don't get to decide when I matter and when I don't," I said. "You don't get to use me like a resource and then toss me out like clutter." "I'm your mother," she said softly. "And I'm your son," I replied. "Funny how that only seems to matter when I'm footing the bill." Her voice broke a little after that. "Adrian, what are we supposed to do now?" I didn't answer right away. I just stared out at the city skyline, watching the sun dip behind the buildings, the sky turning that deep gold that always made me feel both small and grounded. Finally, I said, "I don't know, Mom, but I won't be your safety net anymore." Then I hung up. I knew that was only the beginning, that there would be fallout, that Jordan's family would escalate, that Emily would scream, that Mom would spiral. I knew the story they'd tell about me, the villainous older brother who ruined the fairy tale. But for once, I didn't care. I had finally drawn a line, and the real reckoning hadn't even begun. The calls didn't stop. They slowed. Sure, morphed from full-on panicked ring storms to quieter, more strategic attempts, but they didn't stop. Jordan's dad left me a voicemail the next day. Calm, cold, something about legal ramifications and breach of verbal agreement. It was funny in a bitter kind of way. I could practically hear the golf club in his hand as he dictated it, like I was some underperforming vendor, not a human being who'd personally bankrolled the fantasy his son married into. I didn't respond. I didn't flinch either. Let them sue me for canceling things I paid for under my name with my card. Let them explain to a lawyer how they uninvited the man who funded the entire operation, then assumed he'd still show up, silent, invisible, and obedient like a check that signs itself. I spent the following week off social media, off family chats, off everything. I needed air. I needed distance. I stayed local, hit the gym in the mornings, read in cafes, walked longer routes home. No one recognized me, and I liked it that way. It felt clean, like I was rinsing off years of built-up residue, shedding the identity they'd carved out for me. The bank, the background brother, the silent son. But silence has a shelf life. And on the 6th day after the wedding imploded, that silence shattered. It was evening. I had just sat down with a plate of takeout when my buzzer went off. I wasn't expecting anyone. The building has a camera at the front door, so I flicked on the screen, already half expecting a delivery person who got the wrong apartment. It was Emily, hair up in a messy bun, makeup smudged, arms crossed tightly against her chest like she was holding herself together with sheer willpower. Her phone was clutched in one hand, screen still lit as if she'd been rereading something over and over again. I didn't move. She rang again, then a third time. Then she looked up at the camera. "Adrian," she said, her voice barely audible through the speaker. "I know you're watching." I stayed frozen. I didn't know what I felt. Not anger exactly, and not sympathy either. Just a slow, churning mix of confusion, detachment, and something sharp I couldn't quite name. "I need to talk to you," she said, her voice cracking slightly. "Please." After a moment, I pressed the button. The door clicked open. A few minutes later, she was standing in my hallway, arms still crossed, eyes darting around like she didn't quite recognize the space. I didn't offer her a seat. I didn't offer her water. I just leaned against the wall and waited. She didn't speak right away, just looked at me. "You really did it?" she finally said, almost in awe. I said nothing. "You actually canceled everything." "Yep. You didn't even tell us. You told me I wasn't welcome." Her mouth twitched. I couldn't tell if it was frustration or guilt. "That wasn't me. That was Mom. You didn't stop her." She opened her mouth, closed it again. "It wasn't like I could. You could have called me. You could have texted. You could have said, 'Adrian, I want you there.' But you didn't." She looked down. I thought you'd show up anyway." That stung more than I wanted to admit. Not because I had considered it, I hadn't, but because it confirmed something I'd long suspected. They didn't see me as a person with limits, just a guarantee. The guy who shows up, pays up, shuts up. "Did you ever even plan to pay me back?" I asked, voice quieter now. She didn't answer right away. Then, "No." Simple. Honest. Awful. I exhaled slowly. "Then what are you doing here, Emily?" Her eyes flicked up to mine. "I don't know. That, I believed you would." There was a long, heavy silence between us. I watched her face, saw the faint twitch in her jaw, the stress, the shame, the stubborn pride fighting not to break. She looked smaller somehow, not physically, but in presence. The girl who used to command every room we walked into, who turned heads and wielded attention like a spotlight, now standing in front of me, damned. Not defeated, but real. "Do you regret it?" I asked. She flinched. "What? The wedding?" "No. The text." Her lip quivered for just a second. "I didn't write it, Adrian, but I let it be sent." That was the closest I was going to get to an apology. I nodded once. "Okay." She finally stepped forward like she was going to say something more, but then her phone buzzed. She glanced down at it, scanning whatever message came through, then looked up again. "Jordan's family thinks you're unstable," she said, almost casually. "Let them. You're not going to defend yourself?" "No." Her brow furrowed. "Why not?" I shrugged. "Because I don't owe them anything. Not anymore. Not you. Not Mom. Not anyone who saw me as a wallet with legs." Emily stepped back, arms dropping slightly. "So that's it. You're just done." I looked at her for a long moment. "No, I'm just finally even." She didn't respond, just stood there in the middle of my apartment looking around like she wanted to find something to hold on to. But there was nothing left for her here. Not guilt, not comfort, not even anger, just the stillness of someone who'd stopped waiting for closure and decided to make their own. Finally, I said, "You should go." She hesitated, then nodded. She turned and walked to the door. Just before she opened it, she paused and said, "I don't know how we come back from this." I didn't say anything. She left, and for the first time in my life I let her. After Emily left, the quiet in my apartment settled like dust. I stood there for a while, staring at the closed door, half expecting her to come back, to knock again, to say something, anything that would put a different ending on this mess. But she didn't. She walked away, and I finally understood that she wasn't the only one. That night, I made a decision. I wasn't going to be part of this family the way they wanted anymore. I wasn't going to be the silent supporter, the invisible backbone, the human wallet they called only when their world started tilting. I wasn't going to sit around waiting for a half-hearted apology that wouldn't come. I needed to end this properly. Not in anger, not in bitterness, just in truth. The next morning, I got up early, sat down with a mug of coffee, opened my laptop, and drafted a message. Not for Emily, not for Mom, not even for Jordan's puffed-up family. It was for the whole extended family. Every cousin, every aunt, every uncle, even a few second cousins who only saw my name pop up at weddings and funerals. The subject line was simple: a few things you should know. And in the email I laid it all out. I explained, without venom, exactly what had happened. How I'd funded most of the wedding, $22,000 in total between deposits, vendor fees, upgrades, because I was asked for help. How I was later uninvited by my own family in favor of optics. How I canceled the services that were under my name and legally my responsibility because I had been explicitly told I was not wanted. I made it clear there was no sabotage, no drunken tantrum, no petty revenge, just a simple, final withdrawal of support. I attached receipts, invoices, screenshots, not to brag, not to humiliate, just to show the undeniable reality. I wasn't about to let Jordan's parents spin some sob story about a jealous brother without the full truth standing right there for anyone willing to see it. I ended the email with this: I don't expect anyone to pick sides. I just want you to know mine. Clearly, calmly, and without the years of rewriting and gaslighting that have too often followed situations like this. I wish Emily and Jordan well. I hope they find the happiness they deserve. I simply will not be a part of it anymore. Then I hit send and I shut my laptop. I didn't wait for responses. I didn't care who gossiped, who fumed, who shrugged and went back to their brunch. I wasn't doing this for applause. I was doing it because for once I needed to be on my side, not theirs. The fallout was immediate. By noon, my phone lit up again. Not with hate, surprisingly, but with messages from a few cousins I barely knew that well. Quiet, private messages. I had no idea, man. I'm sorry. If you ever want to grab a drink, let me know. I'm Team Adrian. We all kind of knew they treated you badly. None of us said anything. That's on us. I didn't respond to most of them. I appreciated it, truly, but this wasn't about validation. It wasn't about burning it all down for a cheering crowd. It was about walking away from a life where I was expected to swallow everything and pretend it tasted fine. Of course, Mom eventually responded, too. A long, rambling email full of justifications and half-hearted non-apologies. We didn't mean for it to escalate. We were under a lot of pressure from Jordan's family. You should have communicated better. Family is about forgiveness. She even tried the emotional card. You know, your father would have been heartbroken to see us like this. I didn't even finish reading it. I archived it and blocked her number. I wasn't angry. I wasn't even hurt anymore. I just didn't have anything left to give her. The final blow came about a week later, though I didn't know it until my Aunt Carla called me, laughing so hard she could barely get the words out. Apparently, Jordan's family, so obsessed with status and appearances, hadn't taken kindly to the wedding fiasco being exposed publicly. Not because I had leaked anything, but because one of the guests, some distant cousin of Jordan's, had posted about it on Facebook in graphic, humiliating detail. A local gossip blog picked it up, and then a regional news outlet. Wedding disaster. $100,000 celebration ends in an empty venue and angry guests. Jordan's family was mortified, furious. Their carefully curated image took a hit. There were talks about legal options, but nothing ever came of it because, again, all the contracts were tied to me and I had been legally in the clear. Jordan apparently started pulling away from Emily almost immediately afterward. Whispered accusations, tension, resentment. The cracks widened until, 6 months later, they filed for divorce. I didn't celebrate it. Divorce is ugly. It's painful, even when the people involved are selfish and shallow. But in the privacy of my own mind, I acknowledged a truth I couldn't ignore. They had built their marriage on sand, on lies, on entitlement. And when the tide finally came in, they were shocked to find no foundation underneath them. As for me, I moved on. I switched jobs, left the city I grew up in for one where nobody knew me as Emily's brother or the one who always helped. I built a new life, smaller, quieter, but infinitely more mine. I stopped showing up just because I was expected to. I stopped answering calls that only came when someone needed something. I stopped making excuses for people who wouldn't do the same for me. And I started living, really living. I traveled, took up photography, made friends who knew me not for what I could give, but for who I was. Sometimes late at night, I'd think about them, my old family, and wonder if they ever truly understood why I left. If they sat around holiday tables with a conspicuous empty chair and whispered about how I changed, about how cold I'd become. Maybe they did, but more likely they just replaced me with silence. Families like that are experts at rewriting history. Either way, it didn't matter. I wasn't their ghost to summon anymore. I was free. And this time, it wasn't because they allowed it. It was because I took it. And I never looked back. Now on to the next story. Story 7. At my sister's wedding, I was told to sit by the wall because the front tables are for actual family. My mom shrugged. Just don't embarrass us. I walked to the gift table, picked up the envelope with my $5,500 check, left a single dollar, looked her dead in the eye and said, "Don't worry, I won't be part of this at all." 10 minutes later, my sister came running down the hall screaming my name. But the only good thing about my sister's wedding is that I made sure it wouldn't be a happy memory for her. Not ever. People remember weddings for the dancing, the speeches, the I do. My sister? She'll remember the moment she chased me out of a banquet hall in her wedding dress, screaming my name like her life depended on it. And the best part, she brought it all on herself. I wasn't going to come. I debated it for weeks. Our relationship had been strained for a while, mostly one-sided, me giving or taking. But I still had that stupid hope that maybe, just maybe, today would be different. I wore a suit I bought just for the occasion, wrote a thoughtful message in a card, and tucked a check for $5,500 inside. No joke, that was 3 months of saved pay. I told myself it was a gift, not a bribe. I didn't want anything in return. The venue was flashy. Everything was white and gold like someone had Googled luxury wedding and clicked on the first 5 images. I walked in, nodded at a few distant cousins I hadn't seen in years, and made my way to the check-in table. The girl flipped through the list, found my name, and pointed. "You're seated over there," she said. I looked. The far wall. A row of chairs against the plaster. No tablecloths, no centerpieces, not even place settings. Just sad metal folding chairs like we were waiting to renew our driver's licenses. I asked her to double-check. She did. "Sorry. Front tables are for actual family." I stared at her, then looked over to the front. My mom and dad center table. My cousins, my uncles, even some random neighbors. Everyone laughing, clinking glasses, already on their second round of champagne. And there was my sister beaming like royalty. I walked up to my mom. She didn't even look surprised to see me. "Just don't embarrass us," she said, like I was some unpredictable stray they were forced to invite. Then I caught my sister's eye. She saw me, then turned to her maid of honor and whispered something that made both of them laugh. That was it. I didn't say anything. I walked calmly to the gift table, picked up the white envelope with her name in gold cursive, tore it open, and pulled out the check. A few guests nearby noticed but didn't say a word. I folded the check, slipped it into my jacket pocket, and pulled a single dollar bill from my wallet. I slid it into the envelope, sealed it, and walked right back past my mother. "Don't worry," I said. "I won't be part of this at all." I headed for the exit. No one tried to stop me. Not yet. It wasn't until I stepped into a hallway that I heard the commotion. Doors flying open. My name being shouted like I was a missing child. Then came my sister, barefoot, bouquet in one hand, veil askew, sprinting after me down the corridor. "Alex! Alex, what the hell? Stop!" I didn't stop. Not because I didn't hear her, but because I'd heard enough from her my whole life. She caught up just as I reached the side exit. "What did you do?" she yelled. "What is wrong with you? Do you have any idea what today means to me?" I turned around, calm as ever. "You'll remember it forever," I said. "Just not the way you wanted." She looked around like she expected someone to back her up. But we were alone in that hallway, and I wasn't in the mood for a lecture or a guilt trip. You treated me like trash, I said. That seat by the wall, that's how you see me. Fine, but don't expect me to sit there and smile through it. She opened her mouth like she was going to argue, then saw I was holding the envelope. I held it up. Check's gone. You got $1. She stepped forward like she was going to snatch it from me. I took a step back. Don't. This is just the beginning. Then I turned and left. I didn't answer my phone that night, didn't check my messages. I just drove, parked at a diner, ordered coffee, and sat there until I stopped shaking. I didn't feel good. I didn't feel triumphant. I felt hollow. But I also knew something had shifted. And that shift was permanent. Took them 3 days to reach out. 3 days of silence after I walked out of the wedding with that check in my pocket and left $1 behind like a message they couldn't ignore. I guess they were too busy managing the fallout to get to me sooner. From what I heard later, the guests talked about it all night. My cousins argued with my parents at the table. Someone apparently asked my sister mid-toast what she meant by actual family. Her new in-laws looked uncomfortable the rest of the evening. Good. The first message came from my mom. Let's not make this into something bigger than it is. You know how your sister is. We don't want to fight. Then my dad. You shouldn't have done that, but we want to talk. Maybe we can work this out. The kicker was my sister. Can we please talk like adults? No apology, just that. Like the whole thing was a tiny spat about who forgot to bring the potato salad to Thanksgiving. I ignored all of them. But then they texted, "Dude, that was brutal. But honestly, they deserved it." I told them right then they crossed the line. That one stayed with me. I didn't reply, but I reread it a few times. Just knowing someone in that room understood what they did meant something. 2 days after that, I got a formal invite, if you can call it that. A text from my dad. "We're having dinner here. Just us. Me, your mom, and your sister. No one else. Please come." I hesitated. Not because I wanted to fix things, but because I wanted to hear how they'd spin it, how they justified pushing me to the side like a nobody and still feel entitled to what I gave them. So I went. The house looked exactly like it always had. Same rust-stained mailbox. Same cracked concrete on the driveway. I rang the bell and my dad opened the door like nothing had happened. Inside, the table was set. My mom had made lasagna, which was her version of peacemaking. My sister was already sitting there. No makeup, hair up, scrolling on her phone. She didn't even look up when I walked in. We sat down. No one spoke at first. I ate in silence while my dad kept glancing at me like he wasn't sure how to start. Finally, he just said it. "We were really counting on that money, Alex." I kept chewing. "It's not just about the wedding," he went on. "They need it for their new place. Deposits, living expenses. They've had a rough year." My mom added, "You're doing well. You have a stable job. They're just getting started." I looked at my sister. She was still staring at her plate like she wanted to be anywhere else. Then she said it. "You made a scene. It wasn't just petty. It was cruel. You humiliated me." That actually made me laugh. Not loudly, just enough that she looked up, confused. "Cruel," I said. "You sat me at the wall. You told the staff I wasn't real family. You smirked when I looked confused. You set the tone. All I did was return the favor." My dad sighed. "We don't want to fight. We just want to understand if there's a path forward." "There is," I said. "But it's not the one you think." I stood up, still calm, still polite, even though I could feel the heat rising in my neck. "You all saw me as a checkbook. That's it. You didn't invite me to be part of the day. You invited me to contribute to it. And when I didn't play my role the way you wanted, suddenly I'm the villain." My mom's eyes started to get glassy. My sister finally looked like she might speak, but I didn't give her the chance. "I've helped you people more times than I can count. I gave her my old car for free. I paid for Dad's heart meds 2 years ago without being asked. I never made a big deal about any of it because I thought that's what family did." I leaned forward just enough to make sure they heard every word. "But if I'm only useful when I'm handing over money, then maybe you're not my family either." And I walked out. No yelling, no slamming doors, just silence. They didn't follow me this time. I didn't expect to hear from them again so soon, but it was less than 24 hours before another message came through. This time from my sister. I want to meet alone. Please. I stared at it for a while, unsure whether to even respond. I was tired. Not the kind of tired you fix with sleep. The kind that sets in when you finally realize a relationship isn't what you thought it was. But I agreed, mostly because I wanted to see if she'd finally be honest. Not just with me, but with herself. We met at a coffee shop halfway between our places. Neutral ground. She wore sunglasses even though it was cloudy. No wedding ring. She looked exhausted. I probably did too. She didn't say hi, just sat down and got straight to it. I need that money, she said. Not we. Not he. I. For a second, I thought maybe she was going to open up about something real. Maybe things were worse than I thought. But instead, she launched into a story about how the apartment they wanted fell through because they couldn't cover the deposit. How her husband had quit his job 2 months earlier for something more flexible and they'd maxed out 2 credit cards. I didn't interrupt. I just let her talk. When she finally paused, I asked, "So, the plan was to humiliate me in front of everyone and still take my money?" She flinched a little. "It wasn't like that. You made jokes about me to your friends. You put me in the back of the room. You told people I wasn't real family. What exactly was it like then?" She was quiet for a second. Then she leaned forward and her voice dropped. "You don't understand. Mom and Dad told me not to fight it. They said it was easier this way, that if we just didn't engage you too much, the night would go smoothly. They didn't want any drama." I laughed. "So, their version of no drama was to treat me like an outsider?" She didn't have an answer, just stared at her drink. Then she added, "We thought you'd just sit through it and hand over the envelope like always." There it was. The honesty I'd been waiting for, and it felt like a punch to the chest. I'd always known that's how they saw me, but hearing it out loud gave it weight. It made it real. "So, the seat by the wall was strategic." "I didn't pick it," she said quickly. "But I didn't fix it either." We sat there in silence for a while. Finally, she asked, "Can we just move past this?" I shook my head, not out of anger, but out of clarity. "You know what I've been asking myself this whole week? If those dollar bills mean more to you than I do. If all those things I did, helping with college stuff, giving you my car, covering Dad's prescriptions, if none of that meant anything compared to a $5,000 check." She didn't answer. "I'm not going to war over this," I said. "I'm just done pretending." I stood up to leave. She reached out to stop me, but I stepped back. "I don't hate you," I said, "but I don't trust you, and that matters more." Then I walked out again. I drove home without the radio on, sat in my apartment, and just stared at the ceiling for a while. I knew something was ending, and weirdly, it felt good, like I'd finally quit a job I never signed up for in the first place. But the next part, that was when things got more intense. 3 days after the coffee shop, I got home from work to find both of my parents sitting on the steps outside my building. No warning, no message, just there. Like this was some surprise family visit and not a continuation of the mess they helped make. My mom had a paper bag in her lap, cookies, judging by the smell. And my dad was wearing that strange, in-between expression he uses when he's trying to look calm but knows exactly how badly they've messed up. "We were in the area," my mom said. "They live an hour and 45 minutes away." I didn't open the door wider. I leaned on the frame and waited. They fumbled through a few minutes of fake normalcy. My dad asked how work was. My mom asked if I still drank the same kind of tea she used to buy. I didn't respond, just stood there. Finally, my mom got to it. "We're trying to fix this as a family." I glanced at the bag of cookies, then back at her. She held it out like it was an offering, something to sweeten what she was about to say. I took it more out of instinct than anything, set it on the ground next to the door, and waited. My dad spoke next. "They're being evicted," he said. "Your sister and her husband. They didn't want to say anything, but they're out of money. They can't pay the rent. The deposit for the new place fell through. The job he quit, it didn't work out, and she's been hiding it from everyone." I raised an eyebrow. "So, she told you now?" My dad hesitated. Not exactly. We found out from someone else, and when we confronted her, she admitted it. She's been scrambling to get help, asking around. You weren't supposed to know. Not yet. That caught me off guard. I figured they'd at least pretend she came clean. We thought, my mom said slowly, maybe if you could just help a little. Not the full amount, just something. A loan even. Just enough to stop the eviction. You'd get it back. I laughed once, sharp and short. A loan, I said. Like the time I paid your car insurance for 6 months and never heard a thank you? Or when I covered Dad's medical stuff and no one even acknowledged it happened. That kind of loan. My dad looked away. Then I said something I hadn't planned to say. Do you even know what she told people at the wedding? They looked confused. She told them I didn't want to sit up front. That I asked for a quiet spot, that it was my choice. That's what she told the coordinator, the cousins, everyone. And you believed it. My mom looked startled. She said that to us too. We thought you thought it was true because that's easier. I said you wanted it to be true. Then the thing I didn't expect happened. My dad sat down hard on the step like his legs just gave out. She's been lying to us for months, he said. About money, about the apartment, about everything. My mom looked at him like he just said something in another language. What do you mean? She asked me for cash back in April. Told me it was for groceries. Said her husband's paychecks were delayed. I gave it to her, no questions asked. But now I'm finding out she told you the money was for gas. I just watched them unravel in real time, and it was weirdly quiet. She told some of the guests I was rich, I said. They both turned to me. She told them I had an inheritance coming, that I was being greedy by keeping it to myself, that I could afford to help but was choosing not to. You know how I found out? Nate texted me. My mom looked like she wanted to say something, but there was nothing left to defend. She's still lying, I said. Even now. They didn't deny it, which was probably the most honest moment we'd had in years. I stepped inside, closed the door, didn't slam it, didn't yell. I locked it, walked to the kitchen, and sat at the counter with the bag of cookies. I didn't open them. Later that night, I checked my phone. 7 missed calls, for texts from my mom. 1 long paragraph from my dad that I didn't bother reading. Nothing from my sister. But Nate, he sent me a screenshot. Group chat. A message from my sister timestamped just 2 hours earlier. He's acting all self-righteous because he thinks he's better than us now. Watch. He'll come crawling back eventually. He always does. So yeah, I stopped wondering if they just didn't see my value. They see it. They just never respected it. I gave it a week. A full 7 days of silence. I didn't respond to the calls. Didn't open the messages. Didn't touch the cookies they left in the paper bag on my doorstep. I just let everything sit. Let the dust settle so I could see what was still standing. The messages didn't stop. They just changed. My mom shifted from guilt to desperation. Phrases like, "This isn't how family works and we've always been there for each other." Even though she couldn't name a single time that was true in my direction. My dad kept trying to play middleman, like if he stayed neutral long enough, he'd come out clean. And my sister, well, she never called. But she texted short once. Cold. If you're going to keep ignoring us, just say it. You got your attention. Is it enough yet? We're not the villains here. She didn't know I was reading everything. She didn't know Nate was forwarding me the things she was saying in the group chats, telling extended family I was going through a phase, saying I was having a breakdown because I never figured out how to be part of a real family. She even told one aunt that I made up the chair thing to look like a victim. That one almost made me laugh. But what really snapped the last thread wasn't something she said. It was a voicemail from her. Her voice started soft, trying to sound understanding, like she was being the reasonable one. If you're going to keep blowing this out of proportion, people are going to figure out what kind of person you really are. That's what she said. Clear as day, like it was a warning. Not just that she wouldn't apologize, but that if I didn't fall back in line, she'd make sure people turned against me. It was never about being sorry. It was about control. I didn't respond. I blocked her number right after I replayed that voicemail one last time. Then I blocked my mom, then my dad, and after that I did something I hadn't done in more than a decade. I booked a trip. No one knew. I didn't post anything online. I didn't ask anyone for suggestions. I just picked a place far away, somewhere warm with water. No plans, no schedules, just me, a suitcase, a passport, and enough space between me and all of it that I could finally breathe. Before I left, I sent one message. Group text, 3 people. Don't call. Don't text. Don't email, write, or show up. Don't send updates about your life or guilt about mine. Don't reach out on holidays or my birthday or after someone else tells you I'm doing okay. Don't tell me this is temporary. Don't tell me I'm family. I'm not your emergency exit. I'm done for good. No one replied. Not immediately anyway, but I saw the message get read. I left 2 days later. I packed light. It was strange booking a vacation without making sure someone else could cover my shift or checking in with family or making space in my plans for anyone else. I hadn't done that since college. The hotel had a view of the water, the kind of view that made you feel like the world was still a place where people could start over. I watched the sunrise from a lounge chair with black coffee in my hand and no notifications on my phone. And for the first time, I didn't feel guilty. I didn't wonder if they were talking about me. I didn't worry about what came next because I knew what came next. Nothing. And that was the best part. The first night of the trip, I didn't do anything special. No excursions, no fancy dinners, no bars. I just walked along the beach until my feet hurt and sat on the sand watching the tide move like it didn't owe anyone an explanation. That was the part that stuck with me, the quiet. It was so different from the noise I'd grown used to. The kind where someone's always asking for something, hinting at disappointment, dropping guilt like loose change. I left my phone on silent the whole time. Didn't even check it until the 3rd morning, out of habit more than curiosity. There were 4 messages. One was from my mom hours after I'd sent the group text. We'll always be your family, even if you say we're not. One from my dad. You can walk away if you want, but don't expect us to sit around forever. And one from my sister. Picture. It was my niece, her daughter, one I'd sent birthday gifts to every year without fail, even though I hadn't seen her in person in months. Under the photo, my sister wrote, "She misses you, but I guess that doesn't matter anymore." I didn't reply. I wasn't going to fall for it. I knew the playbook by now. Emotion, guilt, the bait of a relationship they'd never been willing to actually build. And once I caved, it would all go back to how it was before. They'd keep taking. I keep giving. And the resentment would stack like bricks until it crushed me again. I closed the messages and blocked their numbers for the last time. That night, I ate dinner alone by the water. Candlelight, grilled fish, a glass of something cold I couldn't pronounce. And I thought about everything I'd given them over the years. Money, time, patience. I remember giving my sister my car when hers broke down. No questions asked. Paying for my dad's meds when insurance didn't cover them. Picking up groceries for my mom when she was sick and still saying thanks before I left like I was the one being helped. None of it had ever been about the money. Not really. It was about being seen, about being someone they actually cared to have around. But they didn't care. Not until I said no. That was the final piece. After dinner, I sat on the balcony watching the waves hit the rocks. A breeze came in off the ocean and I realized for the first time in years, I wasn't waiting for someone to need something. I wasn't checking my phone. I wasn't worried I'd missed a call or disappointed anyone. There was nothing left to fix and nothing left to break. I had peace. I thought maybe I'd feel lonely. Maybe regret would kick in. But it didn't. I just felt free, like I'd put down something heavy I didn't even know I was carrying. So, I stayed longer, added an extra week to the trip, rented a scooter, found a little bookstore in town where no one knew my name. I woke up when I wanted, ate when I felt like it, and slept like I hadn't in years. And for the first time, I started wondering something I'd never dared to before. What if this life, this calm, this solitude, isn't the backup plan? What if this is the beginning? It's been a few weeks since I got back. I didn't tell anyone I'd returned. I didn't update my status, didn't share a single photo. I unpacked slowly, cooked my own meals, kept the lights low at night, and for the first time in a long while, I didn't feel the usual buzzing in my chest that always came with being back home. No calls came, no texts, just the kind of silence that used to bother me, but now felt earned. I thought I might miss them, not in a sentimental sense, but in that empty way when a routine suddenly disappears. But the longer the days stretched, the more I realized I didn't miss them. I missed the idea of them, the version of a family I'd always been pretending I had. People always talk about drawing boundaries like it's this brave, sudden thing. But for me, it was gradual. It started with a chair, then an envelope, then a voicemail, then a text I didn't answer, and finally peace I didn't ask permission for. What I walked away from wasn't just dysfunction. It was a pattern. One where I was always the one fixing, smoothing, paying, absorbing. The one who showed up even when no one left a seat for me. Now I leave my phone on silent for hours without guilt. I wake up and the first thought isn't who needs something from me today? It's just, what do I want to do today? That shift, it's quiet. It doesn't come with applause, but it's real. Here's what finally settled in. Love isn't endless giving with no return. Love isn't swallowing every insult just because someone shares your last name. Love isn't measured in how much pain you can tolerate without breaking. And real family doesn't put you in the back row of their life and expect front row loyalty. I didn't walk away to hurt them. I walked away because staying was hurting me. And the life I'm building now on my own, without permission, without performance, it finally feels like mine. And for once, that's enough. Now on to the next story. Story 8. I arrived at my parents' $7,500 30th anniversary dinner I paid for. My brother raised his glass and said, "To the ones who actually matter." My aunt laughed. "Don't let the help sit at the head table." I took one shrimp, smiled, and left. 30 minutes later, the venue manager handed them the bill. My payment voided. Then my phone buzzed with 76 missed calls, 3 voicemails, and 1 text from my mom. This was the last time I really tried. The last time I wanted to make them happy. I thought if I did everything right, if I made this day special, they'd finally see me. Not as the disappointment they treat me like. Not as the one-armed reminder of everything they'd rather ignore. Just as their son. Their 30th wedding anniversary was supposed to be a beautiful night. I paid $7,500 for the whole thing. A private dining room and one of the nicest restaurants in the city, personalized place cards, a string quartet, custom floral arrangements, and a 5-course meal. I even booked 2 tickets to Hawaii for them, first class. I wanted it to be unforgettable, and it was, but not for the reasons I intended. When I arrived, they barely noticed. My mom was busy telling one of her friends how surprisingly good her skin looked in this lighting. My dad gave me a quick glance and turned away. My brother raised his glass, looked right at me and said, "To those who really matter." The people at the head table laughed like it was nothing. Then my aunt chimed in, "Don't let the servants sit up front." I stood there, just stood there holding my breath. I'd gotten used to the jokes, the comments, the way they never really adjusted to me coming back different. But that night hit different. Maybe because I'd given them everything I had again, and it still wasn't enough. I took a fork from the table, looked down at it, smiled, and left. Didn't make a scene, just walked out the door. I sat in my car for a while, watching the lights inside through the tinted windshield. I waited until they were halfway through the second course, then called the restaurant and canceled the payment politely. No drama. About 30 minutes later, the manager called me back. He told me my family was refusing to believe the bill hadn't been covered. They were starting to argue with the staff. I told him to go ahead and give them the total. Then my phone lit up. 76 missed calls, 3 voicemails, 1 text from my mom. "What have you done?" I turned off the phone. They weren't allowed to leave until 2 a.m. The restaurant held them until someone finally covered the bill. That someone was my dad's cousin, Mike, who only stepped in because he was sick of the scene. They didn't want anyone to know they couldn't afford it. But now everyone knew. The next morning, I called the airline and canceled the tickets to Hawaii. They hadn't even found out about them yet. I had planned to surprise them after dessert. Instead, I dropped the news in front of them. Uncle Mike, Aunt Renee, and whoever else was pretending they hadn't laughed last night. I said I didn't feel like giving anymore. Simple as that. My mom tried to act like I was going through something. My dad looked like he wanted to slap me. My brother said I needed help. Only Grandpa Joe said anything worth hearing. He told them they'd finally reaped what they'd been planting for years. They ignored him. He's 71, lives with them, and he's the only one who still talks to me like I'm not broken. I drove home after that. Didn't say goodbye. Didn't look back. That was 2 weeks ago. And that was the night I stopped trying. After I walked out of that dinner and canceled the payment, something strange settled over me. It wasn't regret. It wasn't even relief. It was just silence. Like everything I'd ever tried to fix between us had finally gone dead. I'd always held on to some thread, some hope that maybe they'd come around. But after that night, the thread snapped. I didn't even hear the sound of it breaking. I just felt still for the first time. They didn't call the next morning. No apology, no questions, no explanation, and not even a single cheap excuse. I thought they might at least send one of those long texts, the kind equal parts guilt trip and fake concern, but there was nothing. 3 days went by. Then a call from Grandpa Joe. He didn't ask how I was doing. Didn't make small talk. He just said, "They're falling apart. That's all." Then he added, "Told them it was coming. You don't kick a man when he's down and then expect him to pay for dinner." I asked him if they even understood what had happened. He said, "Nope. Still think you're just being dramatic." Apparently, my mom cried the entire car ride home. She was embarrassed. Not hurt, not ashamed of how they treated me. Just embarrassed. She had to explain to her friends why they were stuck at the restaurant until 2 a.m. trying to figure out who could put the bill on a credit card with enough room. My dad didn't say much that night, but the next morning, he blamed her for letting me get to this point. That's how he phrased it, as if I had been spiraling out of control and not silently footing their bills for years. The most pathetic part, Uncle Mike bailed them out. He paid the full $7,500 without blinking. My mom practically begged him. I know because he sent me a message the next day. "You should have handled that privately, Mason, not in front of people." I didn't reply. This is the same guy who once told me I was lucky to only lose an arm and not my life. Every time I visited after the accident, he'd ask how it felt to be half mechanical. Now, after the fallout settled a little, I started getting feelers. My brother was first. He sent me a meme, just some dumb picture of a cat knocking over a glass with "oops" in Comic Sans. Then, "You good?" That was it. I could almost hear the hesitation in the message. He was never subtle. He waited a couple days before asking if I had canceled the $1,000 transfer. I told him yes. No explanation, just yes. He said nothing after that. Probably thought I'd cave, but I didn't. Next was my dad. He left a voicemail that sounded like he was being blackmailed into recording it. "If you're still mad, fine. Just know this family isn't the same without you." That was his version of a peace offering. No mention of what actually happened, no apology, just a casual reminder that I was supposed to keep playing my part. And then, as if this whole thing wasn't already surreal enough, I ran into one of my mom's bridge club friends while grocery shopping. I barely recognized her. She walked up to me, touched my arm, the real one, and said, "You really broke their hearts. They didn't deserve that." She said it like she was handing me a casserole, like it was some kind of pity offering wrapped in judgment. I didn't say a word, just walked past her, bought my groceries, drove home. But it hit me later. None of them think they've done anything wrong. In their heads, I'm still the problem. I'm the unstable one, the one who should be grateful. They still believe they've tolerated me. That's their version of love tolerance, as if they had to adjust their whole world to accommodate their broken son. And for years, I let them believe that. I let myself believe it, too. But I'm not broken. I'm done. They don't know it yet, but this wasn't a tantrum. This wasn't revenge. This was me finally stepping off the sinking ship they refused to admit was going down. And something tells me they're not going to like what comes next. The Hawaii trip was supposed to be the finale. A first-class, 5-star, week-long vacation to the island they dreamed about for decades. I had it all planned. Flights, a private bungalow, spa reservations, even a private sunset dinner on the beach. It was going to be their big moment. I was going to reveal it with dessert after the toasts. That's what made the whole thing even more ironic. Instead, I told them about the canceled tickets the next day when they were still trying to recover from the embarrassment of the restaurant. It happened in the living room of Uncle Mike's house. I knew they'd all be there. My parents, my brother, and Renee and Mike. They were trying to keep things calm, trying to avoid more public scenes. But they didn't expect me to show up at all. I walked in, dropped the printed flight itinerary on the coffee table, and said, "These were your tickets to Hawaii. I canceled them this morning." My mom's face went pale. She didn't say a word at first. My dad leaned back in the chair like he was expecting a punch and bracing for it. Then she asked why. I told her the truth. I said it didn't make sense to keep giving to people who made it so clear I didn't belong at their table. Told them I wanted to do something kind, something big, and they spat on it the second I walked into that dinner. They could have pretended for one night, but they couldn't even manage that. Uncle Mike tried to cut in, started lecturing me about forgiveness and how families aren't perfect. I let him talk for about 10 seconds before I stood up. I said I didn't owe them a vacation, a dinner, or a single word more than I'd already given, and I wasn't going to keep pretending just to make them look good. That was when my dad exploded. Said I was acting like I was better than them, like I was punishing them for something that happened years ago. He started listing everything they'd done for me growing up, like feeding your kid and sending him to school is some kind of medal-worthy act. My mom jumped in, too, saying I'd always been sensitive and now I was letting my bitterness ruin everything. I just looked at them and said, "I'm not bitter. I'm just done." They didn't get it. I could see it in their eyes. They were scrambling, not because they regretted what they'd done, but because the money was walking away, the provider, the fixer, the one who made the messes disappear. My brother didn't say a word, just sat there scrolling through his phone like none of it involved him. I almost laughed. The only one who spoke up for me again was Grandpa Joe. He looked around the room and said, "You should all be ashamed. He gave more to this family with one arm than all of you combined with two." They ignored him. They always do. He was wasting his breath, but still I appreciated it. I left after that. Didn't wait for a response. Didn't care if they called me ungrateful or cold after I left. I didn't slam the door. Didn't say goodbye. Just walked out and left them sitting in their own mess. They'd wanted to show off in front of their friends and relatives, to look perfect and loved and successful. But the mask cracked, and underneath, there was nothing they could hide behind. They didn't lose a vacation that day. They lost me. They just haven't accepted it yet. It took them exactly 2 weeks to fold. For 14 straight days, there was silence. No calls, no apologies, no passive-aggressive jabs from my brother, or pity-laced text from my mom. Just nothing. I should have felt peace, but what I felt was more like the quiet before a storm. I knew my parents. I knew how long they could hold out before the mask slipped. And right on cue, that Thursday afternoon, I opened my front door to find Uncle Mike and Aunt Renee standing there like they were selling insurance. Mike looked pissed, in that tight-jawed, quiet way he does when he's about to ask for something he doesn't want to owe you for. Renee had a fake smile on, the kind people wear at funerals when they're trying to convince you things aren't as bad as they look. They didn't ask to come in, just stood there and started explaining. Renee led the conversation, of course. "They've been under more stress than you realize," she said, like she was revealing some tragic family secret. "They're not doing well financially." I didn't say anything, just waited for the part one knew was coming. She said my mom had been taking out loans to stay afloat. Small ones, high interest. My dad had emptied out what was left of a retirement account they were supposed to hold on to for at least 5 more years. The house was close to defaulting. Apparently, they'd been juggling bills and putting on a front for months. The anniversary dinner, that was supposed to be the big act, their way of showing the family and me that they were still doing fine. I asked why it mattered so much that I believed they were fine. That's when Uncle Mike finally spoke. "Because they were hoping you'd keep helping them," he said flatly. "If they looked put together, you wouldn't stop." There it was, finally out in the open. All the years of insults, cold shoulders, and mockery disguised as jokes, all while cashing the checks I sent without hesitation. They didn't see me as a person. I was a system, a backup plan. Mike looked away when he said it, like even he was embarrassed. Renee stepped in again, softer now, like I might melt if she just used the right words. Mason, we're not asking for you to fix everything. Just consider being kinder. They're not bad people. They're just proud. Proud. That word again. They always used it like it was some noble flaw. But pride isn't noble when it's built on top of other people's sacrifices. I told them I understood. I really did. But I wasn't responsible for my parents' decisions. I wasn't going to reward years of disrespect just because the bottom finally dropped out. They didn't argue. That was the weirdest part. They just stood there taking it in. Mike gave me a look that I couldn't read, somewhere between shame and resentment. And then they left. I watched their car pull away. No thank you. No see you soon. Just gone. That night, I imagined the conversation they'd have when they got back. My mom crying again. My dad pacing, blaming everyone but himself. My brother probably staying quiet, pretending he wasn't involved even though he'd taken more from me than anyone. And Grandpa Joe sitting in his old chair, probably calling them out again and being ignored again. But the power dynamic had shifted and they all felt it. They knew now I was done playing the role they wrote for me. I wasn't the fixer anymore. I wasn't the outsider trying to buy his way back into the circle. I wasn't interested in being part of a family that only loved me when it was convenient. And the best part, I didn't feel sorry for them. Not even a little. By the third week, the silence had stopped feeling like a punishment and started feeling like a reward. My apartment was quiet. No phones ringing, no family drama seeping into my day. No fake apologies wrapped in manipulation. Just quiet. I hadn't felt that kind of peace in years. Then Sunday morning, I got a knock on the door. It wasn't Mike. It wasn't Renee. It was Grandpa Joe. I froze when I saw him. He stood there gripping his cane, a manila folder tucked under one arm like he'd walked straight out of a courtroom. His breathing was heavy, like he'd walked farther than he should have. I stepped aside and let him in without saying a word. He sat down in my living room like it wasn't his first time here, even though it was. He didn't ask how I was doing. Didn't waste time. He dropped the folder on my coffee table. Inside was chaos. Bank statements, credit card bills, personal loan letters, a foreclosure notice, overdraft fees, collection warnings. I recognized my mother's handwriting on some of the payment plans. They'd stopped trying to hide it. Grandpa didn't say anything while I flipped through page after page of disaster. They're broke, he finally said. Not struggling, not tight. Broke. He'd found it all himself. Said he'd gone looking after hearing them argue again. This time about whether to sell the car or the gold earrings my mom swore she'd never part with. My dad wanted to wait it out. My mom wanted to call me, but not to beg. Just to make me understand, which was her way of saying manipulate. I asked Grandpa why he brought it to me. He said, I'm done watching them lie to you and then lie about you. I figured if anyone should know how deep the hole is, it's the one they built the ladder from. I stared at the foreclosure notice. They were months behind on the mortgage. The Hawaii trip would have kept them afloat for maybe another month. I would have delayed the inevitable, covered the cracks in the wall without fixing the foundation again. Still, nothing surprised me in that folder, but something else did. That night, I got a call from a blocked number. I almost didn't answer it, but something about the timing felt off. I picked up. It was Melissa, my brother's girlfriend. She was panicked. Told me my brother had packed up and left. Took the cash my parents kept hidden in the safe, about $4,000 in emergency money, and vanished. Left a note saying he couldn't deal with the atmosphere anymore. No forwarding address, no explanation, just gone. I didn't believe her at first. Thought maybe he was crashing at a friend's place, trying to prove some point. But then she said something that stuck with me. I found a crumpled up paper in the trash. It was a note to you asking for money. Crossed out like he knew you wouldn't help this time. He didn't even try. That was the most unexpected part. For years, he never hesitated. Always came to me first before our parents even knew there was a problem. I bailed him out of late rent, car payments, a gambling site phase he swore was just for fun. But now he knew better. He didn't ask. He just took what was left and ran. And he left them behind. When I hung up, I just sat there. Thought about how the whole thing looked from the outside. My parents sitting in a house they couldn't afford, scrambling to hide the truth. My brother taking the last of their resources and disappearing. Uncle Mike and Aunt Renee backing off after realizing there was no more to squeeze. And Grandpa Joe alone in that house with them, watching it all burn and not lifting a finger anymore. They built this. Every last one of them contributed to this mess. And for once, they couldn't spin it. Couldn't blame me. Couldn't rewrite the narrative into something where I was the ungrateful son. I'd taken away the illusion. That's what really hurt them. They weren't used to living without it. And something told me they wouldn't last long without it either. 3 weeks after the dinner, my phone buzzed with a calendar reminder I'd forgotten to delete. Parents' flight to Hawaii, 9 a.m. I stared at the notification for a while. Just stood there in the kitchen with a cup of coffee, watching the screen light up and then go dark again. It felt like something from a different life, like I was watching a version of me I didn't recognize anymore. One who thought they deserved paradise after decades of emotional starvation. That morning, instead of heading to the airport, they were at a pawn shop selling my dad's watch and my mom's wedding ring. I didn't have to imagine it. Grandpa Joe told me the night before. He was done too. He called and said, "They're digging a hole with spoons and wondering why they're not getting out." Then he added, "I'm leaving next week. Got an apartment lined up. They can yell at each other without me." I laughed, not because it was funny, but because he was serious. They were unraveling, and I wasn't there to stop it this time. But the part that caught me completely off guard came the very next day. I was at work, buried in emails, when someone from the front desk called my extension. Said there was a woman in the lobby asking for me. Wouldn't give a last name. I walked out and there she was. My mom, alone. Her makeup was uneven, like she'd been crying or hadn't bothered to look in the mirror. She wore a sweatshirt I didn't recognize and sneakers. No purse, no wedding ring. She looked like someone else's mother. Someone who didn't know how she ended up here. I walked her outside. She asked if we could sit, so we did on a concrete bench under the parking garage. She didn't talk at first, just stared at the asphalt like she expected it to give her a script. Then she told me everything. The house had officially gone into foreclosure. They had 30 days to vacate. My dad was drinking more. He'd stopped trying to look for jobs months ago. She said she found credit card bills in his name that she didn't recognize. She was sleeping in the guest room. They barely spoke. Grandpa Joe had packed up and left the week before. My brother still hadn't come back and the police had called her twice to ask questions. She didn't know where he was. She was scared he'd gotten in deeper than anyone thought. Then she said something I never expected to hear. "We need you, Mason, just for a little while." I looked at her and didn't feel a single ounce of guilt. Not anger, not vengeance, just clarity. For years, I'd bent over backwards to be useful, generous, forgiving. I paid bills with one hand while pretending the jokes, the condescension, the absence of basic respect didn't hurt with the other. I swallowed everything, hoping one day they'd look at me and see more than what I'd lost. But I wasn't their son to them. I was their solution. And now that the solution had stepped away, everything had fallen apart. I told her quietly and plainly that I wouldn't be helping. Not now. Not later. That I didn't want revenge. I just didn't want to be part of their survival strategy anymore. I said she'd have to learn how to live without leaning on someone she never really stood beside. Her eyes went glassy and she asked me one more thing. "Do you hate us?" I said, "No, but I don't love them either. Not in the way they think." I told her, love requires presence, effort, some form of acknowledgement. And what they had given me was a contract of convenience, not connection. She nodded. I don't think she understood. I think she just didn't know what else to say. Then she stood up and left. And I haven't seen her since. 2 days later, a letter arrived in the mail. No return address, but I knew the handwriting immediately. It was my brother. He wrote, "Mason, I didn't ask because I knew the answer. You made it clear. I took the money. I'm not proud, but I needed a clean start. I'm working construction in Arizona. Nothing fancy, just work. No more lies, no more messes. You don't owe me anything. But I hope maybe one day we can talk on real terms. Dylan." No apology, no blame. But it was the most honest sentence he'd ever written to me. And that was the last piece of it. The house is gone. They moved in with my mom's cousin in Ohio, someone I haven't seen since I was 10. Mike and Renee stopped answering their calls after hearing they might be asked to co-sign a loan. Grandpa Joe lives 10 minutes away now in a small apartment with a leaky faucet and a balcony view of the freeway. He says it's the best place he's ever lived. We get lunch twice a month. He always insists on paying. And me? I started volunteering at a trauma center. Not because I want to be noble, but because it helps to talk to people who've lost something real and kept going. Who don't fake their way through grief or pain. Who don't treat wounds like inconveniences. People who don't just tolerate you when you come back damaged, but look you in the eye and say, "Still here? Me too." That's all I ever wanted. Not applause, not admiration, just to be seen. And now, finally, I am not by them but by myself. Mini update. A quiet Sunday. Last Sunday, I sat on Grandpa Joe's balcony with a coffee in one hand and a half-stale donut in the other. He doesn't keep much food around. Says it's a waste for just one man. We watched cars hum on the freeway below, neither of us saying much. Then out of nowhere, he said, "Funny how quiet life gets when you stop begging people to hear you." I didn't reply, just nodded and watched the sky change color over the rooftops. No calls came in that day. No emergencies, no guilt, just quiet. And for the first time, I wasn't waiting for it to end. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.